Hey everyone, how are y'all? Hey Riddler, how are you tonight? King Scarlet, how are you? Hey Candy, how are you? No way, how are you tonight? Bueller, how are you? Hey, hoping for answers. Hey Jeremy. Tech Death, how are you? Unseen Thinkers, how are you? Hey Pam, how are you? Candy, it's actually not raining here. It hasn't rained in the last few days for a change. Hey Ashley B, how are you? Bueller, happy Friday to you as well. What did hold on. King Scarlet, Nightbot didn't work, did it? No, he did not. Okay. Let's see what's up with him. Usually I have to log in. Okay, Riddler. Should start working now. Maybe he forgot to set his alarm. K-Bros, he's got where he's been slacking here lately. He's still not working. Hey, Tree Baby, how are you? Justine, how are you? Okay. Hey, sweet Melissa. I got your notification right away this time. What the heck is going on with no DNA of BK? Sweet Melissa, I'm gonna go over these these documents here in a minute. There's three main ones that I'm gonna go over tonight. How many was it? There was 14 documents dropped today, but I got through 8 of them. The other ones I haven't had a chance to go through. Miss Mercury, how are you? Yes, Candy, they're docs that came out today. They actually released 7, I believe 6 or 7 of them to begin with, and then when I refreshed it, because I seen everybody talking about the thing with the cameras in the courtroom, and then whenever I refreshed it, all the rest of them were there. Miss Mercury, you're very welcome. I don't know what is up with Nightbot, so I'm just going to do this real quick. Okay. I'm fixing to pin that message to the top because for some reason Nightbot is not wanting to work tonight. So I just pinned my email to the top of the chat. Oh, hey Liza, how are you? Um, all of you make sure that your chat is on live chat and make sure to hit the thumbs up if you haven't done so. Defense forgot to mention why Nice Shoot was found undercover, so Maddie and BKB and A being honest, in my opinion. Let's see. Thank you, Jason. I don't know what's up with Nightbot, but hey, Bushcraft family, how are you? Oh, now he decides to start working. And y'all, my allergies are still killing me, and I have somewhat of a sore throat, but I am going to try to get through these documents. Hey, Protected, how are you? Candy, thank you for hitting the thumbs up. Hey, Nina, how are you? Bushcraft family, it's actually pretty nice outside. Our humidity is like 55%. I mean, it's warm, but it's not too bad. Uh, just got, just took my new honey. I still got to get some, protected. All I did today was I picked my son up, and that was it. That's the only time I left the house. Yes, and there was actually 14 of them that came out today, but I was only able to get through 8 of them, I think it was. And in those 8, there was like 3 main ones. Candy. Hey, see you later. How are you? Oh, well, Candy up here, it's only 78 degrees right now. And it says that the humidity is 58% is what it says. Let's see, which docs are you going to start? I may do the camera one first, just because it's really short. Hey, Callie Dime, how are you? Um, so Liza, that's probably the one that I'll do first, and then I'll probably do the Declaration of Ann Taylor, and then the other one that I'm going to do is the objection to the state's motion for the protective order. And like I said, there was 14 total ones that was dropped today. Um, I haven't got through the other one, so honestly, I don't know what the other ones say. It's in the shed. It's not like the earthquake once. Hot as Hades. I'll just be glad when winter gets here. In summer, yes, that is a cool night for Louisiana in this time of year. It's actually pretty nice outside. Okay, so let me get. Actually, I need to cut my fans off on my computer real quick. Let me do that so y'all are not hearing it through the mic. Hey, Maisie, how are you? Okay, so those are going off. So y'all shouldn't be hearing the fans and all that now. So let me scroll down and pull up this first document. Okay, so I'm going to start with the one about the cameras being in the courtroom. Mar, how are you doing? How is that baby doing? All right, y'all. So this is the order reserving a ruling on the issue of the cameras in the courtroom. So this is a good document, unless something changes and he wants to change his mind. But it says on May the 1st of 2023, a coalition of 20 media outlets, the Associated Press, filed a motion to intervene and a motion to vacate the amended non-dissemination order. At a scheduling conference conducted on May the 22nd of 2023, the court asked the parties and the Associated Press to brief the issue of whether cameras should continue to be allowed in the courtroom during the proceedings in this case. Oral argument on the issue was heard on June the 9th of 2023. The state was represented by William W. Thompson Jr. and Bradley J. Rudley. Latah County Prosecutor's Office Defendant Bryan C. Kohberger was represented by N.C. Taylor and J. Logston, Kootenai County Public Defender's Office. The Associated Press was represented by Wendy Olson and Corey Carone. Given the high-profile nature of this case, the public's interest in watching what is happening in the courtroom, and Kohberger's fundamental right to a fair trial by an impartial jury, the court will reserve a ruling on this issue of cameras in the courtroom. The court is faced with the difficult task of ensuring that the proceedings are open to the public while also safeguarding Kohberger's right to a fair trial. The best way to continue to balance those interests is to revisit the issue of the cameras in the courtroom as the case unfolds. This court has the discretion to either allow or disallow a video recording of the proceedings. For now, the cameras in the courtroom will continue to be allowed. However, that is subject to change by further order of this court. So, hey Vapor, how are you? As of right now, he is going to continue to allow the cameras in the courtroom. And he's just going to see how it goes about until trial gets here. Hopefully, he will continue to allow the cameras in the courtroom for the trial. Hey Avery, how are you? So, that is one good thing. Give me just a second. Let's see, is that code from JJ Media? Behave yourselves and I might allow cameras. Musical, that's what it seems like that he is saying. As long as everything keeps going the way I guess it's going, he's going to continue to allow the cameras. Now, there is one coming up Tuesday on the 27th, and he came out, I read that one last night, where people, like the immediate families and all that, can watch it via Zoom. Hold on just a second. Okay. Just on, I hope so. Everybody could behave. We will get to watch this. All right, so let me get the next document. I just want to start off with that one because it was super short. Now we got the good ones coming. Hold on just a second. Now this says it's 26 pages long, but I'm not going to have to read all 26 pages because most of them are exhibits that she has included in this document. I need that Zoom meeting ID and password. Candy, they redacted it. He's saying that that it's not allowed to be live streamed, and that the Zoom ID and the password is only for the immediate family of the victims and Bryan's immediate family. But if he's going to continue to allow cameras in the courtroom, he may change that and allow them in Tuesday as well. All right, so this one here, let me fix this real quick where it'll be easier for y'all to see it. All right, so this is the declaration of Ann C. Taylor in support of the defendant's third motion to compel. All right, so it says, I, Ann C. Taylor, do state and declare that one counsel for Mr. Kohberger filed a specific request for discovery related to the DNA in this case, titled Defendant's Third Supplemental Request for Discovery. The state filed a specific response to that request. After reviewing the materials provided, the following remains to be discovered. Let's see, just read pages 2 and 6. I should have went through and marked on like just where the good stuff was at. Because I think that there's only like one main thing that's on page 2. But I'll just go ahead because it's not going to take me that long to read through it. 2 says the state filed a specific response to the request. After reviewing the materials provided, the following remains to be discovered. A, request 3, profiles uploaded to a DNA database. And that's where most of this is coming from. All these documents that I'm going to go over tonight is mostly DNA stuff. The state has provided information related to this request for the seized item, the knife sheath only. The defense has requested all DNA profiles, including 3 additional unidentified male DNA profiles developed during the course of the law enforcement investigation. This information has not been supplied. So I wonder who these 3 additional unidentified male DNA profiles that they have found. I wonder who they belong to. Request 6 is communications. The state has not provided all the emails, text messages, electronic messages, or other messages and conversations regarding the biological testing in the investigation. Request 9 and 10 is unexpected results and corrective actions. This request has been partially complied with. However, the response lacks the full scope of the request, 6 months before and 6 months after testing related to the investigation. Further information relating to all lab personnel have not been provided. Hey, Bonnie, how are you? See, I don't know about the rumors. Summer, I haven't, I seen these come out, I started reading over them, and I haven't really been on social media since that. I'm pretty sure that they've already probably got rumors out there of who the 3 unidentified male profiles are. Okay, so number 3 says part of the third supplemental discovery request was for material related to the genetic genealogy testing. A, the state has objected to this request in its entirety and has filed a motion for a protective order. Counsel for Mr. Kohberger requests this court to consider the contemporaneous objection to the state's motion and the declarations in support of the motion to compel. The requested discovery is properly sought pursuant to the Idaho Criminal Rule 16. Protected, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. Okay, and it says that the discovery is necessary to the preparation of Mr. Kohberger's defense. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All these are just I'm not going to read through all of these because it's unless y'all want me to. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all want me to read all of these. Hey, headphones, how are you? Thank you. I've been waiting to get my computer back. Protected, you're very welcome. Okay, loaded hot. What does 0 mean? Yes, please read. Okay, I will read them then, Princess Megan. Okay, Sally Mae, that's fine. Okay, so 1, counsel for Mr. Kohberger has reviewed the materials provided in the case regarding the DNA testing, laboratory results, bench notes, and photographs. Further experts in the field of genetic genealogy and DNA have consulted and offered information and guidance. The state acknowledges that it used genetic genealogy testing in this case, but claims it does not have to produce the records in the specific request for discovery, and the defense disagrees. So, 2 says the council has learned through the consultation with experts and sources referenced below that the use of genetic genealogy databases does not necessarily lead to a single individual as a potential suspect, and that reports of these searches often reference multiple individuals for further investigation and DNA testing. In fact, the state acknowledges such in its motion for protective order when it acknowledges hundreds of relatives. And then they're quoting page 5 on the motion for the protection order. The state conducted The testing conducted by a private lab is completely different in nature than the testing done by forensic labs. Genetic genealogy labs do not generate a profile in the same way that forensic labs do, and there cannot be a direct comparison between the data obtained in the case by the Idaho State Forensic Crime Lab and a private lab. The tests used by private labs are either SNPs, which is the single nucleotide polymorphisms, or the whole genome sequencing. These tests are similar to the methods used by commercial services such as 23andMe and Ancestry.com. 3 says, based upon the information from experts in the field, I have learned that once a genetic genealogy profile is created and the testing by the private lab is completed, the profile is uploaded to a database that contains similar data from other individuals. Once the genetic genealogy profile is uploaded, the profile is compared with the database and the relatives are identified. It is my understanding that once possible relatives have been identified, their identities are used to construct a family tree to identify possible suspects using public records and, in some instances, contacting individuals for further family information. This process leads to a pool of individuals rather than one specific individual. The possibility of other relatives who might be similar to Mr. Kohberger is extremely important to the defense in this case. The processes used in this method of identification may be extremely important to Mr. Kohberger's defense. The timing and the steps utilized are extremely important to Mr. Kohberger's case, investigating, and defense. Hold on, I got to get a drink real quick. All right, so it says, I have reviewed a copy of an Idaho State Police announcement dated July the 28th of 2021 that the Idaho State Police Forensic Service Laboratories, or ISPFS, secured a grant to fund genetic genealogy testing for unsolved Idaho cases. And she says, see attached Exhibit A, ISPFS contracted with Orthram Laboratories in Texas, and that is included in Exhibit A. The U.S. Department of Justice issues its interim policy for forensic genetic genealogical DNA analysis and search in 2019. She has also included a link for that. The policy describes the processes that law enforcement engages in during these searches and the results and limitations of the method. The identified individuals are one or more genetic associations. That means that the donor of the forensic or reference sample may be related to a service user. Emphasis added. Which may require additional investigative work and testing. If a suspect is identified, the agency is required to retain all FGG profiles, account information, and data for potential use during the prosecution and subsequent judicial proceedings. See attached Exhibit B. A new collaborative national technology validation and implementation collaborative was established in 2022. Its purpose is to collaborate and formulate methods and policies for the lab and the law enforcement to establish forensic investigative genetic genealogy programs, or the IGG that we talked about the other night. Glowbug and Kelly M., how are y'all? So its purpose is to collaborate and formulate methods and the policy for the labs and the law enforcement to establish, okay, so the IGG, this collaborative contributed to the Forensic Science Journal. The publication includes contributors from Idaho, which is Rylene Nolan, Idaho State Police Forensic Services, and Alana Minton, Office of the Attorney General, State of Idaho. The publication includes reference to an aforementioned U.S. Department of Justice interim policy. A particular note, it is the policy of the release of information in accordance with the rules of discovery. She's telling them to check out Exhibit C. I am aware of a specific news report in the case regarding Mr. Kohberger's DNA as published by the New York Times on June 11, 2023, that FBI personnel worked with the profile that Orthram had produced, spending days building out a family tree that began with distant relatives. The New York Times sources have more information than the state has disclosed to the defense. This New York Times article generated intense media coverage and interest, in the scope of which is explained in the TruthScope report attached as Exhibit D. Hey, Eric, how are you? So she's saying that the New York Times has more information about this than she does, or that the defense has. Okay, so in addition, Mr. Kohberger's defense team has discussed the use of statistics in this type of case with experts who have informed me of the manner of identifying Mr. Kohberger via this type of search may have significant impacts on the statistical analysis of the CODIS profile generated by the Idaho State Police Lab. Without access to the actual genetic genealogy search methods and the results, it is impossible for qualified experts to address these issues. Counsel for Mr. Kohberger notes that the state utilized a statistical analysis number to claim a high likelihood of match between the DNA on the sheet and that of Mr. Kohberger. The state, by its own admission, has taken a number of steps to identify Mr. Kohberger as a match. The statistical probability is not an absolute. The size of comparison sample and the nature of the search are important to ascertain conclusion bias. Mr. Kohberger has the right to effective assistance of counsel. He has a right to confront evidence. Counsel must undertake a thorough investigation of all parts of the case that the state brings against Mr. Kohberger. As such, the genetic genealogy investigation and process is necessary for the defense team to do its job. So I declare under the penalty of perjury that the foregoing is true and correct, and for those matters stated upon information and belief are true to the best of my knowledge. And this was signed yesterday on the 22nd by Ann Taylor. All right, let me check chat out real quick. Hey, Sunflower Dragon, how are you? LJ, how are you? Glowbug, I'm doing good, thank you. Let's see. Hey, Freya, how are you? I was trying to make sure that I'm not missing anybody that's came into chat. True, but nothing has changed. We know the same thing a month ago. Hey, Elliot, how are you tonight? All right, and y'all don't forget to hit the thumbs up. Okay, so honestly, Mara, I'm curious to know who the 3 unidentified males are. I would like to know that. And have they taken the steps to identify them, and they just can, or they just haven't taken the steps to identify them? Because she's claiming that she's asked for it, and they haven't given them to her. So in layman's terms, she is questioning how they obtained the DNA sample and how they come up with a family tree. Yeah, Loaded Hot. Loaded Hot, I don't remember if you were in here the other night when I read the big thing over the DNA where they were asking, where the state was asking for the protective order over how they got it. But everything that they were claiming that they did and all that, and then they're saying that the FBI don't have the profile anymore because they deleted it. That's what she's asking for. Why was 3 DNA samples found in the house? Oh, was the three. Um, just the facts. I believe that is talked about in the other document that I'm going to go over. Let me grab it real quick. And let me mark this one off my list so I know that I've already went over it. Because I know that there is one. Let me see this one. I know there is one that talks about DNA being found on a glove that was outside of the house. And if y'all remember, Chris McDonough was at the house and he's the one that found the glove, if this is the same one that they're talking about. And Bueller, that's kind of what it seems like. I know there was something said about a glove being found, and then there was a cigarette butt that was found that they had DNA off of, and I have to go back. It's all in this document, but I want to say that it says in this document that there was several people that they took DNA from, and one of those people, their DNA came back off of a cigarette butt as well outside the house. Let's see. The 3 DNA samples were found in the bed sheets, not the house. Thank you, Liza. All right. Hey, no way. How are you, Max? How are you? Let's see. 3 unidentified male, which means anybody that did provide DNA is not them. What it seems like, Bueller, because she is saying that it is 3 unidentified male DNA profiles. All right, so this is the objection to the state's motion for the protective order, which the protective order is what I read the other night regarding the whole DNA thing and how they got to his DNA and all that. Hey, Nomad Life, how are you? In the very beginning, the surviving roommate said that there were a group of guys outside in the back trying to get them to come outside. I don't remember that. Hmm. All right, so this one says, comes now Bryan C. Kohberger by and through his attorney, J. Weston Logson, Chief Deputy Litigation, and hereby objects to the state's motion for protective order, which was filed on June the 16th of 2023 on the grounds that the material that the state seeks to hide is discoverable and must be provided to Mr. Kohberger. I'm out till Sunday night here with y'all. Can't get any Waterburger, but I'm lovely. Well, H-Town's finest, we're happy that you're hanging out with us. So this is the factual background of his argument here. So it says on November the 13th of 2022, law enforcement responding to a 911 call found Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin deceased. Law enforcement later found a K-bar knife sheath placed next to Miss Mogan's on her bed. The sheath was placed button side down and partially under Mrs. Mogan and the comforter. I wonder why they put it like that it was placed next to her. It's weird how they word some of this stuff in these documents. So on November the 20th of 2022, the Idaho State Police Lab in Meridian, Idaho, located DNA on the button of the sheath and performed an STR analysis that led nowhere when ran through CODIS, the Combined DNA Index System, other than to show the provider was a male. So by December the 17th, a lab analysis were aware of 2 additional male DNA within the house where the deceased were located, and another unknown male DNA on a glove found outside of the residence on November the 20th of 2022. To this date, the defense is unaware of what sort of testing, if any, was conducted on these samples other than the STR DNA profiles. Further, these three separate and distinct male DNA profiles were not identified through CODIS, leading to the conclusion that the profiles do not belong to Mr. Kohberger. Let's see, was the DNA of the three identified taken from three of the victims? Agape Love, they were all male DNA. If it was planted, how did it get Bryan's DNA? I'm not saying it was planted, Nina. It's just it's weird how they say it was placed instead of dropped, left, or anything like that. Planet can't provide the body cam from when it was found. It's going to be interesting to see, Bueller, when this does go to trial, if there is body cam from inside that house from them officers. See, I meant from near the victims. See, the glove was found many days later, likely from evidence tech. So what day did it say? Hold on, let me go back. Okay, the glove was found November the 20th with another unknown male DNA on it. See, it was pointed out on another channel that they did have people over the night before. The two unknown DNA could be them. And no telling who it is. Okay, so they've come to the conclusion, because they weren't identified through CODIS, that it's not Mr. Kohberger. So while this is ongoing, police were investigating many various possible suspects. Many of them provided DNA. At least one had his DNA surreptitiously taken from a discarded cigarette. Many also had their phones taken and downloaded. One area of the investigation had to do with a white sedan seen on a camera located at 1112 King Road, first glimpsed by officers on November the 18th. By November the 25th, 2022, police believed that the car to be a white Elantra and asked law enforcement to be on the lookout for one. Precisely how the police came to believe that the car was an Elantra is still unknown. A report from an analyst for the FBI dated March the 21st of 2023 shows the analyst heavily relying on a video of a car heading in the wrong direction and at the wrong time on Ridge Road. Hey, Mama Jerk, how are you? And yes, you are correct. Chris McDonough is the one that found that glove outside. All right, so the state's latest filing admits that somewhere within all of this, they engaged in investigative genetic genealogy, or the IgG, using the DNA taken from the button on the sheath, and now claims that it was due to the use of this technique that it tipped the local law enforcement to investigate Mr. Kohberger. That's where they were talking about the other night on the protective order thing, where the FBI sent the tip to Moscow PD. Mark, they have Bryan's his DNA. Yes, they got it. They did a buccal swab when he was arrested. Let's see. Ann Taylor is asking, well, on Elantra, what was first, the DNA or the Elantra? Yes, Liza, they do get to that part here in just a minute. All right, so it remains unclear what the police first relied on, focusing their investigation on Mr. Kohberger. So no matter what came first, the car or the genetic genealogy, the investigation has provided precious little. There is no connection between Mr. Kohberger and the victims. There is no explanation for the total lack of DNA evidence from the victim in Mr. Kohberger's apartment, home, office, or his vehicle. In essence, the lack of disclosure in their motion to protect the genetic genealogy investigation, the state is hiding its entire case. So it says, right, well, it won't let me, shit, I wanted to highlight it. But it says right there that there's no explanation for the total lack of DNA evidence from the victims in Mr. Kohberger's apartment, office, home, or vehicle. That's what it's saying, Liza. That none of the victim's DNA is in his car. None in his car, his apartment. They didn't find anything in the office or his parents' home. Now, somebody asked earlier, why would they be letting all this out if there's a gag order? I'm not sure. It seems like, and they even did it with the protective order thing from the state. It's like they're letting little tidbits of stuff out in each one of these documents, and they could just be placing it in there for an argument, but they're still letting it out to the public. Let's see. I'd be curious enough. Little Laura's clocking hours in this case where she goes over true crime channels and YouTube. Apparently, they're YouTube, New York Times, like they're looking at everything, is what it seems like. All right, so Mr. Logson's argument in this whole thing. The state apparently thinks that they need not explain how they came to think that it was Mr. Kohberger's DNA on the sheet. Presumably, the defense is expected to accept at face value that the sheet had touch DNA, just waiting for testing by all the FBI MIRAD resources. Additionally, the defense is to guess whether the state focused its investigation on Mr. Kohberger via a bizarrely complex DNA tree experiment or through its faulty identification of the vehicle involved in the case. Let's see, do we know what type of DNA these new results are? No, Elliot. They didn't say, just unidentified male DNA. Like, are they from food utensils via fresh or old semen analysis? No, Elliot, they just said that it was 3 unidentified male DNA sources, one of which came from a glove. See this little Laura's way of getting around the gag order, and what she is saying is her opinion without any information from the prosecution. Okay. Let me catch up just real quick in chat, y'all. Renee, how are you? Okay, so I'm just getting here. Was it really reported there's no DNA in the car? Yes, Renee. It says it's. Here, let me zoom in. I'll just zoom back out. This paragraph where my little mouse thing is, if you read that whole thing, it says no matter what came first, the car or the genetic genealogy, the investigation has provided precious little. There is no connection between Mr. Kohberger and the victims. There is no explanation for the total lack of DNA evidence from the victims in Mr. Kohberger's apartment, office, home, or vehicle. Okay. I'm just going back through the chat real quick. Make sure I'm not missing anybody. So I hope they do have more DNA. No, wait, I would think they have to have more. Could they strand of hair or flake of skin that falls off someone? To be honest, old-fashioned police work would still play a large part in solving cases. DNA can prove or not prove a case, but it doesn't have to. Okay. All right, so other than the glove, which appears to be the same term for, see whether now, Elliot, it was a black glove that was found in the backyard by Chris McDonough from the interview room. I believe the reason why he had stopped by there is because he was in the area when he was up there with the Michael Vaughn case, and he stopped by there as well and was looking around, and that's when he found it. Hold on just a second. Okay, let me get back to this now. I gotta see it. Okay, so perhaps unsurprisingly, Mr. Kohberger does not accept that his defense does not need this information. It rather obviously falls within the ambit of Rule 16b4 and 5, a fact that the state's briefing makes clear in its kitchen sink approach to their briefing. The state begins their argument claiming Rule 16 has no interest in IgG testing and then ends their argument claiming that somehow people will stop sharing their genetics if they were to realize that the government is watching. Both arguments must fail. To begin with, the state apparently only wants to prevent Mr. Kohberger from seeing how the IgG profile was created and how many other people the FBI chose to ignore during their investigation. In essence, the state argues that if the latter STR testing is accurate, then there is no reason to concern ourselves with how the state came to investigate Mr. Kohberger. State's brief at 9. What the state's argument asks this court and Mr. Kohberger to assume is that the DNA on the sheath was placed there by Mr. Kohberger and not someone else during an investigation that spans hundreds of members of law enforcement and apparently at least one lab the state refuses to name. Perhaps most puzzling is the state's argument with the rule 16b5 requires them to turn over the results or reports from scientific investigations. It does not require the state to disclose what law enforcement does with the results or the reports. State's brief at 14. First of all, that sounds like an admission that the information as to how the IgG was carried out should be disclosed. Second, what law enforcement does with results or reports is covered by Rule 16b6. Statements of the prosecution witnesses and 8 the police reports. Frankly, the fact that the members of the FBI are so concerned about permitting Mr. Kohberger to know what they were up to with what was supposedly his DNA does not give one the impression that there is nothing to see here, as the state seems to imply. Oh, I got to zoom that in a little bit where I can read it better. Hey, Boone, how are you? So finally, the state's claim that ICR 16G2 applies to this matter is quite bizarre. Presumably, the independent company that the government relied on was paid for its works and would stand by it in a court. The state provides no real argument as to why the company needs to be protected. Mr. Kohberger is left to suspect that they wish to keep their methods from being questioned. To the extent that there is some concern about intellectual property that can be addressed via a protective order that permits Mr. Kohberger and his defense team to review their work. Second, the state appears to argue that everyone living on Earth that provides genetic information is A, unaware that their DNA could be used by a government somewhere for something, and B, is an informant within the meaning of the term in the rule. The state citations its cases involving actual informants hardly help it make this incredible leap. No court has ever found the existence of a DNA informant. It would appear that the state is acknowledging that the companies are providing personal information to the state and that those companies and the government would suffer if the public were to realize it. The only two databases that allow access are ones that are already informed their users that those users can opt in to allow law enforcement searches. Linda, how are you? Chosen, how are you? So the statement by the government implies that the databases searched may be ones of law enforcement is specifically barred from, which explains why they do not want to disclose their methods. If the fact that the government is looking at the genetic information that people are sharing was at all an issue, then the state's very public acknowledgement of such investigations was clearly a big mistake. In any case, it's hard to understand why Mr. Kohberger should be one to suffer because these companies in our government chose to either mislead or not educate the public. So according to the Pew Research Center in February 2020, 48% respondents thought that it was acceptable to give their data to law enforcement to solve crime. 33% said no, 18% were unsure. So Janice Halpin, and this is the police use of forensic genealogy tech, raises privacy concerns. The Citizen's Voice, March 28th of 2022, and then they left the place where it's available at. However, 60% thought their genetic information could not be shared with other companies. There is no federal law about the sharing of genetic information, but multiple states have begun regulating police use. Lindsay Van Ness DNA databases are boon to police, but menace to privacy, critics say. State Line, you can see that it was from February the 20th of 2022, and they leave a link to where it's available to. Mr. Kohberger has reasons to be extremely suspicious of the IgG use in this case. Rather than seeing it as some sort of complex tree building that led to him, it appears far more like a lineup where the government was already aware of who they wanted to target. Rather than having the investigation done by someone blind to the fact, the FBI chose to do it themselves. There is akin to the police pulling in Mr. Kohberger and 5 of his cousins off the street and then pointing at him. The only authority that the state has in its favor is that on point is a trial court order from a California case is settled before it could lead anywhere. That decision relied on is People versus Johnson, which we talked about it the other night as well. The court in Johnson was not deciding whether a defendant had a right to know how it was identified, only that his identification could come in a trial without a mini trial about it. A better case on the issue is State versus Ortega. Let's see. In this case, an appellate court heard similar arguments about the need for software used for facial recognition to be discovered to the defendant, though they would not be admitted at trial. The court considered the matter and found. Okay, I'm not reading all that because that's about another case. So Mr. Kohberger finds himself in a similar position as Mr. Ortega. A massive investigation came to focus on him and him alone. The state appears to be trying to hide its original dominoes such that he cannot discover why. Mr. Kohberger has the right to discover and question the investigation that led to him, and this court should also find. This was dated also on June the 22nd, and Jay Logston signed it. And then the last page is just showing who it was all sent to. All right, so let me get back into chat real quick and catch up. Let's see, I hate when the DAs have one-track mind over and overlook other suspects. I mean, I'm curious to know why they didn't take a look at that other DNA that they found. Hey, y'all, hold on for just 1 second. Okay, y'all, I'm sorry. Let's see here. Let me get back into chat. I'm gonna go ahead and open the panel. Anybody that wants to come up, you're more than welcome to, but I would like to try to keep it on topic tonight. About the Kohberger and the case and all this craziness in these documents. So it says the project process couldn't read it because of denied access to raw material, couldn't read the res. Here. Wait, Summer, who are you talking about? This is putting doubt? You think so, Nina? That could be like their whole thing. I don't know. The state to me just seems like they're hiding something. I've been saying that. I don't know why, but hey Scott H, how are you? If, like I keep saying, if the defense is entitled to something, why is the state not wanting to turn it over? was the name of the private company. No way, they named Orthrium in there as being. They never said that that was the private company though, but they did name Orthrium, which is the company that everybody's been talking about. Hey, Deidre, how are you? Sounds like online sleuth with all of her complaints. Let's see. See some of her points, but to say because Bryan didn't know him and he didn't do it is nonsense. Okay. Just trying to get caught up in the chat, y'all, real quick. Mariah, how are you? I do know that Anne has brought in two different attorneys that are experts in DNA. One of them, let me see if I can find the document. One of them is Bicca Barlow. No, no way, it's spelled like that. Ortharium. See, this is what happens when you have the same prosecutor for 30 plus years. All right, let me put this out, and then I'm gonna pull up this other document. I'm not gonna read the whole document of this person. Oh shoot, that's the wrong thing. I'm just gonna read over a little bit about them. Okay. Let's see, where's Ortharium? Eliza, that's the company or the lab that's down in Texas. Ortharium is. Crystal, I'm sorry if I haven't said hi to you, but thank you for joining us. I'm not understanding how Anne can say all of this about the lack of DNA at the same time says prosecution isn't giving her their documentation. Okay, sounds like she is saying cops have framed Bryan. Seems like they're trying to call the defense, or the, I'm sorry, not the defense. It seems like the defense is trying to call the state out. That's what it sounds like. All right, so this here is it's a document. It's a notice of filing declaration of Bicca Barlow in support of the defendant's third motion to compel. The first page is by Ann. It just says, comes now, Bryan Kohberger, by and through his attorney of record, Ann Taylor, public defender, and hereby files the attached declaration of Bicca Barlow in support of the defendant's third motion to compel. Misbehaving, that's what I was talking about earlier. It's how they're putting their words in these documents. They're saying that it was like it was planted or it was placed, and instead of being like dropped and all this now, y'all look here. We got Papa Rogers now in the chat. There isn't enough DNA left on the sheet for the defense to independently test to come to their own conclusions sent from my iPad. Let's see, I didn't have a chance to say hello either. This has got me all up in my feelings. Crystal, I am sorry. So the chat, please. Okay, give me just 1 second. All right. King Scarlet, if you need me to slow it down anymore, let me know. Okay. Just saying, I don't think it's Elliot. Because Elliot was in here just a second ago, right before I saw Papa Rogers pop in. All right, so let me, like I said, I'm not going to read this whole thing. I'm just going to go over a little bit about this person that they're telling about themselves. Thank you, Mariah. All right, so the Declaration of Bickel Barlow, it says, I, Bickel Barlow, do state and declare that I am an attorney licensed to practice law in the state of California, and I have been retained to assist counsel for Bryan Kohberger in the above matter in the capacity of a DNA consultant. I have a BS from the University of California at Berkeley in genetics and an MS from Cornell University in developmental genetics with minors in cellular biology and plant molecular biology. I received my JD from the University of San Francisco School of Law, and I began consulting on DNA cases as a law student in 94. 2004, I was hired as the DNA attorney for the San Francisco Public Defender's Office, and during my 9 years at that office, my practice was focused almost completely on DNA cases. So in 2013, I left the office and returned to consulting on DNA cases throughout the United States in both state and federal courts and at all stages of litigation. I see if you think Little Lar doesn't know how little experience his prosecution has in murder trials and that's just trying to bury them in bullshit, you would be mistaken. Yeah, I know they don't have a whole, and which is probably the reason why they brought in those the attorneys generals, because they really don't have a whole lot of experience. I mean, the last murder case they had was like 2015. To see if it doesn't take long if he had one of those suits mechanics wear. Dietrich, you talking about like the coveralls? So you do recall that they saw his pings in the area a lot before the crime? Yes, Dietrich. They said it was 12 other times that he was in that area. Okay, so this person, this Bicka Barlow that Ann Taylor has brought in, has a lot of experience on uh, DNA cases, dealing with DNA and all that. So she's brought that person in to help with this. Let me grab the other declaration. I don't know if this person, his name is Stephen Mercer. Let me see if he. Okay. Give me just a second. Not wanting to pull. Okay, there it goes. Let's see. Once again, people, you cannot lie on these official documents. No, you can't, Bueller, because it says the penalty of perjury. Yorkie Mama, thank you so much for being a member for 9 months. And she says 9 months in so many cases is scary. There's another case up in northern Idaho. The guy has the same exact charges as Bryan does. I don't know what's going on over in Idaho, but then we got the one out in Ohio. Then with the dad who did that to his 3 kids. There's like all these different cases all over the place, Yorkie Mama. They're popping up everywhere. Let's see. Ann Taylor has a genetics specialist and lawyer. Definitely, she is going to fight the DNA. Hey, Titanium Build, how are you? And Liza, I agree. That's what she's going to do. And it wouldn't surprise me if she has a specialist on the uh, the phone data as well. Ann Taylor's job is to bring reasonable doubt. If she can nitpick at every single bit of evidence and rip it to shreds with experts, that makes me nervous. Okay, so this one here, this is the declaration of Stephen B. Mercer. This is another person that Ann Taylor has brought in. Titanium Built. I'm doing good. Thank you for joining us tonight. All right, so it says the defense has retained me to determine what a reasonable, competent criminal defense attorney would do to adequately investigate and understand DNA evidence, including forensic, genetic, genealogical DNA, and analysis and search, or FGGS, also referred to as investigative genetic genealogy, which is IgG. When representing a defendant in a criminal case, I have based my opinions on my training and experience as the former chief attorney of the Forensic Division at the Maryland Office of the Public Defender and director of its statewide litigation support group, and my professional and litigation experience as a legal practitioner, including casework in two FGGS IgG matters. So she has brought people in who have experience, a lot of experience in all this. Liza. So, like I said, it wouldn't surprise me. And these are this thing is 11 pages long. I'm not reading all of this about this person, but if y'all want me to, I can drop the links for y'all in the chat, and y'all can read about both of them. See, Ann Taylor expertise is taking a paycheck. That's it. See, if I need a lawyer, I sure hope it happens in Idaho because they have math books. Sally Mae, hopefully, though, you don't get in trouble. Oh, let's see. The new docs is a huge strategic move by the defense. They have created reasonable doubt early, even amongst a gag order. King Scarlet, that could be like their whole plan. Honestly, to create as much reasonable doubt as they possibly can before this goes to trial. All right, so anybody wants to grab the link, you're more than welcome to. Defense Dollar's questioning everything. She's looking for loopholes. I'm just curious if this is going to last. Well, what they say, 4 to 6 weeks to begin with this trial. Little Liars trying to see the case in the public through these documents by stating these claims as facts when the facts of the documents are her saying she has not received them. I I don't like. She needs to do one huge document that says everything that she needs that she has requested that she has not got, instead of making multiple ones with different things that they in them. And if she's not ready to go to court by October the 2nd, she needs to let the court know that too, because she just came right out and was like, "Yeah, I'm ready to go to court." She's okay with the judge scheduling it for October, but then screaming she doesn't have everything. Private defense team, 50,000 a week. Max, I bet you hers though. I forgot. I'm pretty sure the whole defense team for Bryan is going to cost way more than that a week. Hold on, let me look at something real quick. Where's her declaration? Doesn't it say on her declaration though? Wait, I gotta find it. Give me a second. Where's the last page? Okay, so on her declaration, where she has put about the 3 additional unidentified male DNA, the male DNA profiles on the bottom part of that, she she signed the document and it says, "I declare under the penalty of perjury that the foregoing is true and correct." So she can't be lying on that one. Now let me go to Jay Logston real quick. What was his objection to the states? Let me look at his and see if his has that on the bottom. Give me just 1 second. Let me find where he signed his. No, he does not have it on the bottom of his. So it don't have it on the bottom of Jay Logston, but Ann's it does. So they're not going to be able to lie on those. Hold on, y'all. I got to answer a message back. Hold on just 1 second, y'all. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm back. Hey, Nora's grandma, how are you? Avery, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Doing good.
So, I'm a little baffled because, okay, the three unidentified males DNA,
Mm-hmm.
that kind of, you know, makes sense to me because they were, two of them were at a bar, the other two were at a party, then they were in the rideshare vehicle. So they could, like have that on their bodies. But I'm not, what's baffling to me is how he could do this to four people and actually and not take any kind of DNA. Like their blood had to have gotten on him somewhere, somehow. And
And
how,
it end up in his car.
yeah, I'm not,
Yeah.
that is just so, and that it's kind of concerning to me. So I've been racking my brain ever since I heard this earlier, thinking, okay, what else could the prosecution have? We know they have the cell phone pings.
Mm-hmm.
And then we know they have the DNA on the knife sheath. What else could they have to tie him to it?
Um.
Because I can't think of anything else.
Okay, so they're claiming they got the DNA, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
They're claiming they have the cell phone data.
Mm-hmm.
They're claiming that they have video of the car. But the thing with the car is, though, she's going to be able to more than likely argue that too, because they came out and said that in the document something about a white car that was at, what was the address, 1112 King Road,
Mm-hmm.
which was the house next door to them where the camera was. And if you remember on Google Maps and even pictures that was put out in that area that people had, there was a white Kia
Mm-hmm.
car parked at that house. And a lot of people thought to begin with that could have been the white car, the white Elantra, when
Right.
it was actually a white Kia. Um,
And
so
then
the
we know the other camera images that they have of the white Elantra were blurry because they couldn't even get a license plate or anything.
right, they said it
So,
was an unknown plate. And then, like I said the other night, this expert that had 35 years experience with law enforcement, 12 years was with the FBI.
Mhm.
If he comes out and says it's a 2011 to 2013 white Hyundai Elantra,
Right.
somewhere he comes in and says he bumps it up to, oh, it could also be up to a 2016. Well, Ann's going to argue that.
Right.
So that's the, unless I'm missing something, the
I
only
just
thing that they,
I just literally can't think of anything else. I mean, if they don't have DNA in in his apartment, in his house, in his office, his parents' house, or his vehicle,
Mhm.
the only thing they have is the cell phone pings and the DNA on the sheath. I can't think of what else they could possibly have that could be like a bombshell to us, and it's kind of concerning.
Yeah,
Well, not kind of. For me, it's very concerning.
I'm trying to think if there was anything else that was brought up. Okay, so there was the ring cam footage or whatever camera it was that they got the car.
Hmm.
They got the cell phone data saying they're showing that he was leaving his apartment at such and such time, and his phone went off, and his phone was off during the entire time that they're claiming that the murders happened.
Hmm.
The DNA on the knife sheath. I can't think of anything else, honestly.
See, I can't either. I've been racking my brain for hours, and I think this is very worrisome. And then with them throwing out this idea of him having an alibi, I mean, if they come out with something like that, I just what makes me nervous is if for some reason it isn't Brian who did it, then that means that there's a
Still,
very serious, dangerous killer
yeah.
out there.
Hey, Amethyst. Yeah, and all these months have passed, and this person has still been walking. Hey, Queen of Hearts, how are you? And they've
Oh,
been out walking around.
okay, wait. Where where did we hear? Because it may have been the news about him having the victims' ID cards. That wasn't in court papers, right?
Okay, so when Dateline came out, they said that the IDs found in a glove in a box were actually females, two different female IDs, but they did not belong to the victims.
Oh, they did not belong to the victims.
But that's, we don't know if that's true or not, because that's just coming from a source that told the people at Dateline.
Right.
So do we trust what Dateline says,
Wow.
or we just go by the documents?
This
Hey,
the
Tonka.
this document dump today is, I
See,
think, by far.
I wasn't even going to talk about Bryan tonight. I
Yeah,
done had
I
two
emailed
other
you.
cases that I
I
was going to talk about, and then all of these documents come out. I was like, damn, I got to talk about him.
I know, because I mean,
It's
this
crazy.
this is like the biggest the biggest thing yet. Or
It
no.
it they it but what I was, and people are talking about the gag order in the chat, and yeah, there's a gag order in place, and the state and the defense both want it. But
Hmm.
like I said, it's like they're throwing out these little tidbits of information here and there.
Hmm.
They did it with the other, um, the protective order thing that we went over the other night. Uh, there, Ann Taylor did it, talking about the three unidentified male DNA profiles. Jay Logson did it whenever, Mar, have a good night. Jay Logson did it when he was talking about that there's no DNA in his house, apartment, in his car, and in his office. It's like why
Hmm.
are they, if they want the gag order, why are they throwing out all these little tidbits of information for the public? Because they know we're
Well,
going to look at it. They know we're going to read these. As soon as they hit that page,
hmm
people's on it.
it seems to me that it wouldn't be the attorneys breaking the gag order, because obviously they would have to, be filing these different motions, but it would be whoever decided to publish them to the website. That's what I would think, but I mean, I don't know for sure.
Because I wonder what their policy is on that. Because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, every page that goes through that court, it becomes a public record, right? Does anybody know that in chat? If that's right?
I don't know.
Okay, so Bugsy, thank you for joining us tonight. Bugsy says there's no way Brian could have cleaned all so good. They would have found a speck of DNA somewhere. Hey,
Yes,
Betty
I
Joe,
mean,
how are you?
we're
Um,
talking about four, very horrendous in the way, it was just described by the coroner, by Mr. Gonsalves. Like, these are like very, very extensive injuries, and I don't see how it's possible for him not to have taken DNA out. I just I just don't see it. And now I'm starting to wonder if if he really is involved, which I believe he would be some way or another because of the DNA on the sheath and the cell phone pings. But now
right.
I'm wondering, was there other people involved with him? Maybe he was the getaway driver. Maybe I have all kinds of things going through my head now.
I mean,
And
I've said it from the beginning that I don't know why. I've just always had this gut feeling that he had something to do with it. And I still think he was in the house and was in
hmm
the house at the time that whatever went on. But I still think that at some type of capacity there was someone else involved in this with him. I don't
yeah.
think he's the only person. Now, hey Gigi, has he given that person up? We don't know because there hasn't been another arrest. Are they looking at other people? Could these three unidentified male DNA sources be some of the people that was involved with him? I don't
Yeah.
know.
It raises reasonable doubt. And I mean, gosh, prosecution has to have something more, that we're just not thinking of.
Right. So King Scarlet said, "Why does the sheath have Brian's DNA, and how did the sheath get underneath Maddie's body?" It's so weird how they talk about that sheath. First, they say it was on the right side of her, like the side of her. Then
hmm
they come out uh, the other day in that protective order, and they say that it was partially under Maddie and under the comforter. And
hmm
then they say in the documents today that it was placed, almost like they're saying that somebody planted it. It's
Oh,
that
gosh.
I'm seriously wondering. Riddler, have a good night. I hope you get to feeling better. I,
Oh,
I
good night, Riddler. Feel better.
it I don't know if they're just. I don't want to say they're putting them out there to get the speculation going. It could be creating reasonable doubts that they're
hmm
putting this out. I mean, but it's it says it on Ann Taylor's document,
Yeah,
penalty of perjury. So
right.
she can't lie on it. Now, is she supposed to put everything in the document that she put in there? Maybe she wasn't. Maybe she wasn't supposed to put all that, or maybe she can put whatever she wants in there, and they're just not supposed to put it out to the public. Because there are some things that whenever you're doing legal documents,
hmm
I mean, there's certain things you have to put in them.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, they have to do their motion, so I
Right.
would think it would be up to the court what's published to us, and or um
And that could be it. Maybe she's just going along with what she's putting in her court documents, and the state is doing the same thing. And it's whoever. I would assume the clerk of court is the one. Someone in the clerk's office is going to be the ones putting it on the website,
mhm.
and maybe they're just not reading the documents. They're just once they come through, they scan them and put them on the site.
Well, if those documents disappear off the website tomorrow, we'll know.
Well, I've already got them. I've got them in my Facebook group. So
Well, but we'll know they weren't supposed to be out. My goodness, t- uh, this is today is just completely mind-boggling. I'm
there was 14 documents dropped today.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
And I've
I
kind of been
only
at a loss trying to figure out, okay, what else can prosecution have? They they've been so confident, and Chief Fry was so confident to the point that he was smitten, about
oh, I
that they
know.
had, the
Yeah.
right person.
Mhm.
And then, now I'm like, man, I really hope they have the right person because, if not, they've ruined his life. And then there's, still somebody on the loose. It's wild to even think of.
Yeah. Izzy said Taylor is using reverse psychology, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, I don't know. So she says lack of, right? She never says that there's no DNA. She says lack of. Is that like a play on words, or because I was thinking lack of means no DNA.
Hold on, let me pull it back up. Which one was it? I wrote all of them down so I could keep up with all the ones that was dropped today. Because once they get to dropping multiple ones, it's really hard to keep up where they start at.
Oh yeah.
So let's see, it was the order. No, that's the camera one. So the motion for protective. Hold on. Let me pull it up here. I think it was J Logston that said it. I just gotta find it. Okay, so he says no matter what came first, the car or the genetic genealogy, the investigation has provided precious little. There is no connection between Mr. Kohberger and the victims. There is no explanation for the total lack of DNA evidence from the victims in Mr. Kohberger's apartment, office, home, or vehicle.
So total lack of. Does that mean to you no DNA? Because that's what it
That's
would mean to me.
that's what it means to me too. And unless that's just him wording it that way without, and then he'll come back and say, well, I never said that there was absolutely none, you know.
And the words precious little. That,
Right.
I'm wondering, is it a play on words? Just, oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
because who just said it? Liza just said it. Lawyers do manipulate words. That's their job, and that could be very well what they're doing here. Because he's also the one, if I'm not mistaken, that says about the sheath being how it was placed and all this and that.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's true. That is true. But how does this not sway potential jurors?
oh, it is for
They're
sure.
going to turn around and say in the end, well, he can't get a fair trial because all of this was, put out. And uh,
What it almost sounds like is the other day the state came out with that protective order thing that they wanted.
hmm
Okay, on all that DNA, and it almost sounds like that Ann Taylor got pissed off, and she comes out saying, "Well, it's this, this, and this," and y'all ain't told basically putting them on blast about the three unidentified male DNA profiles that was found that they haven't even checked into. And
hmm
then you got Jay Logston coming in with this one saying, "Well, there's uh, a total lack of DNA evidence in his car, house, apartment, and vehicle,
Yeah.
or office, home, vehicle, and apartment." So it's almost like they got upset, and then because of that state stuff with the DNA, so they come back and put him on blast. The state put the state on blast. It's almost sounds like okay, and it's like Anne saying, "Okay, you want to go to war, we can go to war, and this is how we're going to do it. Either you give me my stuff that I'm asking for, or I'm going to start letting out all this stuff that you know that you have, that I know that you have, that you're
hmm
not checking into."
Or could it be that they're saying lack of because they haven't been given those results?
See, that's what I'm wondering too, because she's screaming she got some of this stuff, but
Because
then she
technically
knows
she
about this stuff.
because technically she wouldn't be lying by saying lack of, because
Right.
then she can just say, well, nothing's been handed to me, so
Right. And Vapor says it's them playing with words. The lack of can be them just not getting the info from the prosecution.
whew,
It's
I've gotten a headache from this one today.
Tonka, here is the it's let me make sure. No, wait. I gotta scroll up. Here it is right here. where it says no matter what came first, the car or the genetic genealogy, it's in that. And I wish it would let me highlight this, but it won't. But it's in that paragraph where they're talking about there's no DNA in the car, home, office, and all that.
Mm-mm-mm.
Let's see. Most people do not pay attention to doc drops or YouTube, so it's possible to find a jury who doesn't know anything we know. Most don't even pay attention, just us. I can tell you, I was looking at the first drop that they did today, and I'm watching Twitter at the same time as I'm going through them. And I keep seeing these people talking about, well, they're going to continue letting the cameras in the courtroom. And I'm like, where the hell are these people getting this from? And I go
Mhm.
back and refresh it, and there's like 10 more documents on the list.
Yeah, yeah. Something else I just thought of too. If this was the case, what Anne is saying in these documents,
Hmm.
that and say there really isn't any DNA in, any of the things, they listed.
Hmm.
You would think that Anne would have already filed a motion for him to have bond.
I'm something. I don't know what. Is there something else that she's waiting on? Maybe. And Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that super chat. She says Brian, the DoorDash driver, and knocked his sheet out of his car during delivery, and someone picked it up. Probably a dumb idea. Honestly, Heaven Stars, at this point, anything is possible. I do believe.
Wait, wait. The Brian, so the DoorDash driver's name is Brian also?
No, she's saying if Brian is the DoorDash driver, could he have knocked his sheet out of the car when he was doing the delivery and someone picked it up?
But Chief Fry said that the DoorDash driver came forward and
But Chief Rod never said if it was a male or female. And if you think about it, Ann Taylor has never mentioned the DoorDash driver. She's never brought anything up about DoorDash. Now, I'm not saying that Brian is the DoorDash driver, okay? But she has never mentioned it in any document that she's ever put out.
well, actually, now that I think about it, because they interviewed the DoorDash driver right
Right
after
after.
this happened, long before they had their eyes
Mm-hmm.
on
So,
Brian.
because see, when the theory came out about Brian possibly being the DoorDash driver, okay, he could have been and hypothetical, y'all. I'm just giving a theory here.
Yeah.
Brian could have been the DoorDash driver. He could have came in and did the delivery at 4 o'clock or whatever. It could have came out that the murders happened, and Brian was like, "Oh damn, I need to go talk to the police because we know how he is with the police or whatever, you know."
Hmm.
So he goes and he talks to the police and he said, "Okay, well, I just wanted to let y'all know that um, I'm a DoorDash driver. I had a delivery at this address. I see where there, something bad has happened. I was there at 4 o'clock. Here's my information showing that I was there, that I did a delivery there. I just wanted to come forward so I can clear
Hmm.
myself."
You would think that somebody who works at Jack in the Box would have spilled the beans somewhere on
That's
Facebook
what I'm.
or
Yeah,
or
that
something.
that if he was a DoorDash driver and that order came from that Jack in the Box, I think they would all be saying, "Yeah, the dude that is arrested and in jail right now is the DoorDash driver."
Yeah.
I think
Wow.
that would have. I think that would have done come out. Just like these people that are saying that they went to school with him, and the girl saying she went on the Tinder date with him. The girl
Hmm.
who even says she was friends with him, and Brian was friends with her brother. As soon as Brian was arrested, boy, she went to hitting TikTok hard.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Wow. I'm still just kind of dumbfounded. And now I'm like, okay, so they don't ever do upload documents over the weekend, right? So
Mm-mm. No.
I'm just wondering what's going to come on Monday.
See, usually when this first came out, what they would do is they would every document that come through during the week, they would always upload them on Friday. Well, here lately, they got where they're just uploading them as whatever day of the week they come through, then they're putting them on the website.
So I wonder if they're e-filing these documents, if they automatically go on the website.
Could be.
Huh.
So I don't know
Wow.
how their system works because, like I was saying, there's another guy from uh, from northern Idaho that's charged with the same exact charges that Bryan is: 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of burglary.
Oh, the one in
And
Kellogg.
yeah, and
Uh-huh.
all of his are, since his case started, are all on the website as well. It's his and Brian's and Chad's and then Lori's. So
Mm-hmm.
all of those, their stuff is on there, and it's like every day or even with Lori and Chad's, every day or two that something comes out, they're putting it on the website that day.
Wow. Yeah, I don't think every time we think that, we can break from discussing the case, there's going to be
Something else comes
documents.
out. I know.
Yeah, I just really don't think, we're gonna be able to get away from discussing it for a long time. Do you really think that hearings will start in October, the
I hope
trial?
I hope it does, but I don't see how it's going to if Anne's not got if she don't have the stuff that she's asking for. Like how
Yeah,
they literally have handed her 51 terabytes worth of evidence that she's got to
yeah,
go through.
yeah. And somebody had said that that's like 51 computers basically full, like, full of information.
Yeah, we had looked it up. I forgot how many hours, depending on the quality of the video, like if it's 4K or whatever, or high definition, depending on the what format or whatever that it's in. Because if it's 4K, it's going to take up more space, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But it could be pictures, it could be certain documents, it could be video footage, body cam, street cameras, uh, doorbell cameras. It could be anything like that. Not to mention all the documents that they sent, all the pictures that was sent. It was like, was it
Mm-hmm.
1,800 and
Yeah,
something pictures
yeah.
that was sent? So she's got a lot of stuff that she's got to go through, and it's her job to go through all of it. They just put it in whatever format they're wanting to send to her, and then they give it to her. But if they're saying that they've already sent it, and I don't think she has went through all this. I really
Mm-mm.
don't.
And I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't send it to her scrambled, just all
Because
out of order.
I do know that the 51 terabytes is what, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it came out not long after Brian was arrested. I have to go back and look. Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that super chat. She says, "What is going on with with Idaho in these murders?" I don't know, but there's something going on up there. I don't know if it's in the air, if it's in the water, or
Right?
what's.
Usually it's Florida.
Yeah, it's something's going on up there because it just okay. So that we got Lori, we got Chad, we got Brian, we got the one in Kellogg, and
Hmm.
you got Michael Vance.
Hmm.
That's 5 right there in Idaho.
That's right.
Don't know
Uh,
what's
uh,
going on. Something. Just don't know what.
and the one thing that just keeps bothering me is I don't, and I've been asking myself this for weeks, is why hasn't she filed or asked for a bond hearing? It's like that was just never even mentioned. It was just,
Well, if he okay, so let's say she asked for it and they did a bond hearing and he got bond and he was able to bond out. Where's he going to go?
oh well, that's true.
Because he don't have his apartment in Washington anymore, which they would one of his conditions would more than likely be he can't leave the state of Idaho. If he stays in Idaho, especially Moscow, it probably is going to put his life in danger.
Yeah, yeah, actually, you know what? You're right. There isn't anywhere he'd be able to go.
Right. He couldn't go back home to Pennsylvania unless they allowed him to go back to his parents' house, but then put him on some type of house arrest so he couldn't leave.
Hmm.
But then who's going to, they would have to get him out there. And then how would he, were they going to go back and pick him up and bring him back for the trial?
Yeah, and all the different hearings,
Mhm.
there's yeah, that would be so expensive too.
And if he's If they let him out on bond, he comes back for his trial. He has to go somewhere every night after the court is over with each day. So is he going to stay in a hotel room
Yeah.
with the media and
Right.
and everything else there? Because the media is going to be all over Moscow when this
Oh,
goes to court.
oh yeah.
So
Well,
that's
if he got out, JLR would probably crawl right up his butt.
true. He wouldn't be able to go nowhere. Let's just put it that way, because there would be some media somewhere following him. Seriously.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna hop back down and listen and chat. I'm just kind of almost speechless over it all.
It's crazy stuff. Like I said, I haven't even gotten through any of these other documents. I'm gonna, unless somebody else wants to come up, I'm gonna probably start going through them just one by one and seeing what's in them.
Yeah, I'll
There's
be
some.
listening.
I'm pretty
Oh,
sure there's going to be some more craziness in them.
oh yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely. All right. Well, I'll be down in chat. Thanks for
Okay.
having me.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for coming up.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Okay, 1 second, y'all. Hey, Jeff H. How are you? Let's see. Also, some person seeking vigilance justice would probably hurt him, although the man may be innocent. Well, Crystal, that is true. And we don't want him hurt because we want him to go to court. And if he is the person who did this, we want to make sure that he goes through the whole court process. A conviction is given, and then he gets his sentencing. If somebody hurts him or does something worse to him, then the families and the victims don't get their justice that they deserve. So that is true, Agape Love. He is safer in jail, and that's probably the reason why his attorney has not asked for uh, any type of bond hearing or anything like that. Okay. All right. I'm gonna start going through some of these other ones. Let's see. What's Ashley Bansfield's excuse going to be now that her actual expert statement of it can't remove all blood from car? It's just BBK, no blood found in car. Ellie, I don't know what she's going to do. I mean, if it comes up that all of her sources have just like they wasn't right, I don't know. I don't know if she's going to come out and say she was wrong or what. Mariah, yes, he is. He's on the solitary side of the jail. Vapor, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were backstage.
It's okay.
How are you?
Good. How you doing tonight?
Doing all right. Craziness, ain't it?
It's just Little Liars bullshit, in my opinion.
It's just I don't know. Like she can't lie because
She's
of it.
not lying. She's playing words.
Yeah,
She's not
I
lying.
I can see that. She's
She
they're
knows
they're
what she's doing.
strategically placing their words or
Exactly.
in
And
certain areas in certain ways.
they're doing exactly what they want. They put the gag order in place to prevent certain things from happening. And she's going around the gag order. She's circumventing the gag order, basically, with her wordplay.
Yeah. Which honestly, I think the state is doing the same thing.
Well, I don't see them really saying anything, you know?
Well, the only thing that I can think of just off the top of my head that I remember reading out of the protective order thing the other night was about the sheet being under Maddie and under the cover.
Under, place next to, under the cover, next to. I mean, it's like, it's honestly, I don't,
Like, I just
I
want to know,
don't,
was it beside of her or under her?
I don't know. We
honestly.
won't know until we see pictures or whatever, I guess. But we're not going to get to see that, I'm sure, because these guys, they're not going to let you see the whole trial. It's weird because some trials you get to see everything, crime scene
Right.
photos and
Yeah.
everything, and it's just not going
Others
to
won't
happen in
allow
this
it.
one. It's a bunch of BS. If I want to see the trial, I want to see everything.
Right.
Well, you
Yeah. So
can't.
I'm wondering how, if he, because as of right now, the judge is allowing the cameras.
Well, it seems to me, his first appearance when he became the judge in this case, yeah,
Hmm.
he said he was not feeling well, had whatever, because I didn't really like him that. But the second time I saw him when he apologized for everything, he seemed like and he just seemed like he was going to be a pretty fair and cool dude to deal with. Um,
Right.
and then his statement that you read earlier about the cameras and stuff, I think he gets it.
Hmm.
He doesn't want to try to hide anything from anybody, and I hope it stays that way. Because
Right.
I just hope he's. I know you can't go and as the judge, I hope he's seeing the games that are being played, but I know that there's really nothing he can do about it because those documents have to be filed.
Right.
Maybe he could caution them about the words they use and the placement of them. You know, but because I mean, either that or he could just come out and say, you guys are letting out information that you wanted the gag order in place for, and you're doing it thinking you're getting away with it. And if you keep it up, I'm just going to get rid of the gag order, and you guys can just go ahead and fight it out however
Yeah.
you want to.
Because I mean, that's the whole reason why they went to court the other day, was
Yeah.
over the gag order. They had two hearings, motion hearings that day, was
They
over the
come,
gag
but they
order.
turn around and come right out and put stuff out there
Yeah.
that's not, in my opinion, the way I read it is that they're not getting the information, so therefore it must not be there, but
Mhm.
that's not necessarily the truth.
See,
Where
that's what I wonder. Okay, so like I said, her document that she put out has the whole perjury, penalty of perjury and all that at the bottom of it before she
Mhm.
signed it. Okay, and she's talking about the three unidentified male DNA profiles. Okay, so we know that's got to be true, right? There
that
has to
there's
be,
three unidentified male DNA, I
yeah.
guess so.
Okay, real quick, Heaven Star, thank you so much for that super chat. And she says, I keep seeing people saying that Bryan could have been the naked guy that Bethany supposedly said that she saw, and that's why no DNA anywhere. What do you think?
I don't think
If
so because
if he was naked running through the house, there would have had to have been DNA somewhere
there'd
other
be a
than the sheet.
comedy show about it.
But that article that came out saying that Bethany saw a naked guy running through the house, I don't believe that. I don't.
No,
I don't believe that article.
no, not at all.
But you never know the way this case is going. It could come out in a document in a day or two saying that Bryan was the naked guy running through the house and he was there with Bethany or some crazy shit like that. Not saying that that's what happened, people, but just saying that it could, the way the case is going.
Hmm. Yeah, it's
But
just
so anyway, what I was saying, if okay, so like I said, we know that it says that about the three male DNA sources that hasn't been identified. That was put in Ann Taylor's document with her whole perjury thing at the bottom.
yeah, I
Was that,
agree that I'm sure she received something from the prosecution that said that there was three unidentified males
mm-hmm.
DNA sources. So she can put that in there. That's all true. But then again, she's still letting out information that should be
Right.
protected by the gag order.
But the whole DNA thing about being in the car or no DNA being in the car and all that was put on Jay Logson's thing.
That's because he's whining, and apparently my nickname for him doesn't go over well, so I just won't deal with him. I'll just,
Right.
little bald bee. So either way, he didn't put it in there because he's stating that they haven't received that stuff, so it must not exist is what he's saying. But the public's not going to take it as that, because they're looking for every little thing to hang on to and cry about, or say, see, I told you. They don't look at the way it's put in there, and they know that. She knows that, and he knows that the public gets all these documents, and they go over them with a fine-tooth comb, except they skip over the fact of the way it's actually presented.
Yeah,
they take it as the way they want it. They want to read it themselves.
Right.
And that's just my opinion, but that's the way I see it.
Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that super chat. She said, I thought he was running outside. My bad. No, Heaven Star, there was an article that had came out, and I forgot who it was that put it out. It was some off the wall journalist or whatever, that said that Bethany had seen a naked man, I believe it said running through the house, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's what I remember hearing that statement as being said. But in my opinion, nothing that Bethany has ever said has been put out on any legal document.
No, exactly. And then Izzy says, I thought that it was a naked female in the video running outside the house. Okay, so Izzy, it was said when they came out saying that there was a camera behind the house, the camera recorded from 8 p.m. that night to 8 a.m. the next morning, and that at 2 o'clock in the morning, it caught a female running away from the house, but it didn't say that she was naked, unless there is something somewhere else saying that. Because that's the only one that I've seen about a female running from the house.
I don't know. And if you think that Little Liar's not going to try to abuse these hillbillies, it seems like these guys just don't seem, like I said, I think she's going to try. She's just burying these guys with bullshit because she knows they're inexperienced in this type of a case. Yeah, he may have been a prosecutor for the last 30 years, but he's never dealt with anything near this type of situation.
Not no 4 murders. Like I said, the last one that they had there was in 2015.
Yeah.
And it was just a single murder. I don't think it was anything more than that. I haven't even looked it up to see if they ever solved the case and the person was arrested and all that.
And the possibility of him going to do this naked, think about this. If you're
that would be worse.
If you're knowingly going to go to try to kill, even if it's one person with a knife, and do it naked, you're crazy. You might as well expect to lose something in the process.
Well, not just that. If you're going completely naked, okay? You're getting fingerprints, you're getting footprints, you're getting possible hair. You would be crazy to try to.
And the way his hair is, it looks like it falls out all. I mean, he had that mask on, allegedly. But I mean, if you think about it, if he did it, in my opinion, he did. If he did it, don't you think you would prepare for the situation, even if you were only thinking it was going to be one? I mean, it's pretty easy to buy oversized clothes and wear stuff underneath that prevents anything from getting on you, and then putting dark, oversized clothes on. Something like a hoodie is going to absorb blood. It's not going to shed blood. So it's going to absorb it. So when you get out there, you just take these oversized clothes off, put them in a bag, your shoe covers or whatever you got on. It's just, I don't know. I understand that, probably 95% of the public doesn't get involved in murder. But, I mean, I don't know, maybe. I don't know, but he's murder to him is even if he didn't do it, just his education alone would give him enough knowledge to not to at least wear the proper clothing.
I mean, the education should have told him not to bring his phone with him to commit murder.
Well, especially when you supposedly wanted a job in cellular data or whatever it was. The hell, I don't know.
Okay, Sally, hold on, honey. Let me slow it down a little bit more. I gotta slow the chat down just a little bit more. Okay.
I just can't. It makes me. I just can't deal with all her games. I can see right through her bullshit, and it irritates the hell out of me. because I know
It's what it seems like they're both doing. Just they're it's like a tug of war of right now going on. Like I need this, I give it to you. No, you didn't. Judge, make him, I make him, compel him to give it to me.
it's like the judge is the parent, and it's two little siblings fighting over a toy.
Right. No way says, is it illegal to not put it in the PCA or affidavit? No way, no. The only thing that they put in the PCA is just enough information to show the judge that there's probable cause in order to obtain an arrest warrant for someone. They don't, and a lot of people get that mixed up, where they think that everything that's in the PCA is all the evidence that they have, and it's not. It's literally a small piece of evidence, and then just like the grand jury, if they go to the grand jury, they're only showing enough to get the indictment. They're not even presenting all their stuff to a grand jury. And then Chosen says, I got hers pulled up on, theirs pulled up on the screen. Says, I wonder what tips he used from his Reddit survey. I think, I'm going to be honest with you, unless somebody can find me that assignment from a professor, I think he did that whole Reddit thing to help him prepare for what he was going to do. Can you see Ann stomping around the office? Sally, if she's got like in a multi-story office building, and she's like,
that thing's gonna come down before this trial's over. She's gonna.
They can probably hear her on the floor, on the ground floor.
They're gonna give her an office in the basement. Yeah, I think that she knows if this is going to be a trial of games, the prosecution's going to lose. That's just all. They're not equipped to play the game.
They have came out hard though in these documents. Like when I was reading them, I told Troll when he came back in the house, I was like, it's almost like they have made Ann Taylor mad with that DNA protective order thing the other day, and her and Jay Logson came out swinging. And we still ain't heard from Eliza Mathis. We ain't heard nothing from her. Like, she hasn't contributed any type of documentations at all.
I'm sure she's probably not one of those game players. She relies on dealing with facts, whereas Taylor's only so-called claim to fame victory was just basically her finding a loophole. And
well, she found that a cop had lied. Heaven Star, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. Yeah, she ended up catching where one of those cops had lied in that other case, but that trial still ended up that case still ended up going to trial, and he went to jail anyway. But he ended up getting.
Yeah, I agree, King Scarlet. She's not going to win anything.
She's just mad.
She might win a chicken wing eating contest, but she's not going to win anything in court.
It's going to be very interesting to see her in court.
I see her acting just like the Joker's lawyer. Your Honor, I object. Your Honor, I object. Your Honor, I object. I object. I object. You know, it's just.
I think, though, honestly, I think she's probably gonna object to a lot of stuff. But I can just see her, instead of just saying I object and giving like a one sentence reason, sort of like Lori's lawyer did, I think she's going to be fully prepared every single day when she walks into that courtroom. And I think that this trial is going to be completely different from what we've seen.
It's not going to be 8 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks. This is going to be 12.
I think it's going to be long.
20 weeks long, because they are going to argue about everything.
Which, I mean, honestly, and you kind of have to agree with it. I know you don't like her.
No,
but
I can't stand her.
If you were in Bryan's situation and you couldn't afford a private attorney, you would want a public defender that's doing what she's doing for him.
If I was in Bryan's position, I would know whether I'm guilty or not.
Well, that is true too.
So it's tough to say. If I was not guilty,
They would have me for contempt
I
of
would have.
court because I would be screaming, "I'm not
Yeah,
guilty. I've
you
got the
would.
wrong person."
Exactly. I wouldn't. I don't do good sitting in a room by myself for months.
Especially not one without where there's no window.
Avery wants to know why I can't stand Little Liar. Oh my goodness. Because she's a lying sack of shit, in my opinion.
Hey, Brandy, how are you?
She wanted this case to try to make herself a big name so she can run for judge, and she lied, in my opinion, and I'm sure the proof is out there about never meeting the 3 victims' parents that she represented just so she could get on this case. That's why she's Little Liar.
I haven't seen Stevie in here. Have you seen him in here lately?
No, I did not. I tried to tag him in something earlier, so he's not here.
Let me see if I can pull his name up. No, he's not pulling up.
He would have chimed up by now for sure.
He would have been defending Ann Taylor, I think.
He just does it because it's funny to him.
Right.
I don't believe that he really.
No, I don't think he likes her in the way that a lot of his joke with him. I don't think it's anything like that.
Because he calls her Cougar Ann and everything else, and yeah.
Just Ann says she hadn't seen him. He may not even be on YouTube today with it being Friday night. He was here last night. It seems like I remember seeing him last night, but I haven't seen him tonight. But there's paperwork that proves she represented.
I know there's paperwork that proves it, but she said it was just her name on the paperwork because she was the public defender, but she never really appeared in court with him, and that she never
talked to her. I think that's what she said.
Never talked to him or met him in person. And she's so full of shit. She's a little liar. I mean, maybe it should be big liar, but she's still a liar.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll ever find out like the whole truth on that or not, because I do remember something being said about because of her being lead attorney or something, her name is at the top of the paperwork, which it is on Bryan's too, her name and all that. But I do remember her saying that she never met with the families, but then Xana's mom said, I believe she said she did meet with her.
She did meet her, and her Xana's mom's trying to say, well, she did say, and she's not trying to say, but she did say that Ann Taylor had, right of attorney over her so she could get into rehabs and stuff.
Yeah. Which, honestly, Xana's mom, she's out of jail now, so I'm hoping that she's doing good, and she hasn't fell back to her old ways, and I'm trying to be as respectful as I can saying all this.
To who?
Talking about Xana's mom.
Oh, okay.
She's out of jail. Yeah, she's out of jail, and I hope she's doing good, and that she hasn't, since she's been out of jail, she hasn't went back to her old ways.
Well,
and all that.
If for her to change, she has to change all her friends.
Exactly.
If you go back to hanging around the same people, you're gonna be right back in it.
Right.
And I hope she does change, and I hope that, unfortunately, what happened is some kind of a eye-opening experience to her. I mean, she still does have one daughter left. You might want to not waste that opportunity.
Yeah, I hope that with all this court stuff, though, hopefully she's not on YouTube and Facebook and all that watching all of it, because that could be a trigger for her.
No, because there's so many channels that are trying to involve her daughter in illicit crap.
Yes, and that just pisses me off big time.
I mean, let's talk about that for a second. I don't believe it at all.
I don't either.
But from somebody from the outside looking in, that's hearing backgrounds of these kids, you could come to the conclusion that it could be a possibility. But until there's anything that facts that could lead you in that direction, talking about it is is bullshit, in my
Yeah.
opinion. I mean, you can't, if you don't know and you just are linking pieces together to try to get to that conclusion, then try
Well,
throwing in a
I
fact before
I
you.
think what they were trying to do is take because of her Xana's mom getting in
Exactly.
having the past that she had, but just because she had that doesn't mean that Xana,
No, and the
you
fact that
know,
Xana and Jazzy have been separated from her for years, supposedly. I mean, I would have honestly have gone the Dylan route before I would have went the Xana route because of just the fact of Dylan's little boyfriend
right?
wanting to be a little gangbanger and all the stuff that, and I'm not even saying Dylan went that is anywhere near
No,
there.
because there's no proof of any of it. I'm sorry, but none of these girls that was in that house looked like they were on drugs. I don't believe they were dealers. If you look at any pictures or videos that they had on social media, you did not see. How many of you seen any type of drugs in any of those pictures or videos that they had on their social media?
I didn't see a bong or anything, but
I
then
never
again, the
seen
cops are
anything.
coming to the door, so I don't know. It's not legal in Idaho that I know of.
No, but I mean, there was like several different videos of parties that they had or that they were at, whether it
Yeah.
was at their house or somewhere else, and you never seen any type of drugs in them in any of
No,
the
but I mean,
videos.
you would be pretty naive to think with the parties that they had at that house that there wasn't something being smoked.
Well, I'm sure there probably was, but it wasn't. Whenever you have a bunch of
It
kids
doesn't
who are
mean that somebody
drinking,
there is dealing it.
right? But if you have a bunch of kids and they're drinking, we saw the cops pouring the alcohol out on the body cam footage.
Now
But it
let's also take into account that how many people are in those houses in these complaints that the cops show up in that house.
a
Now
lot,
in one of those they show up and supposedly nobody that lives there is there. Okay? So
right?
if you're dealing and people know it, would you not be at that house with that many people in there if you had a stash in your room?
Well,
Because you're not going to walk around the streets with the stash.
no, but and whoever fronted you that stash, knowing that you live at a house where you possibly won't be at, but there's multiple other people going in and out, that person's not going to front you the stash because there's a chance that it could get stolen. It's people just don't use common sense.
Now, on the other side of that, though, if it's true that all these people were called over to the house before law enforcement was called, why were they called over there?
But
They
if
didn't
you
have to call a bunch of people. All she had to do was call one or two. And we're going to hopefully find that out. Like I said, the video that shows his car driving around should show how many people or did or didn't possibly show up that morning. I mean, you can't use the video for one thing and not use it for the other.
exactly.
I mean,
So that's why I'm wondering the video that Kaylee's sister Olivia got, and it shows Kaylee and Maddie getting home at what was it 1:56 or 1:54 or whatever. Um,
I
I
still
wa-
find that pretty interesting that the family finds out information before law enforcement can.
which is pretty sad that they. I mean, I wonder how the law enforcement felt when she brings them this video and says, "Y'all have the timeline long. My sister and Maddie didn't get home at 1:45. They got home at 1:56.
It's got to
Here's
be
the video."
embarrassing. It's got to be embarrassing to get corrected by a victim's family
Exactly. But
publicly.
I wonder in that video though, if that's the body or the not the body cam footage, but the ring footage that shows the white car in it. And if that's the same one that shows the kids getting to the house that morning.
That's what I said. Remember, I said a couple of weeks ago that I would not remember how Steve wants to talk about something, and I said something about with them doing their own investigation, probably because, I mean, if she went and found that video, you can't tell me that she didn't just ask for the whole night if she could have it. I mean, I'm sure once it was alerted to the person that had that camera and the video wanted to be viewed, you can't tell me after what happened at that house that that whole night wasn't looked at.
I mean I would think they would. If I was
So,
them, I
so
would.
in my opinion, Steve and them possibly already know more from the video that they got apparently before law enforcement did. You know,
I think they did. I mean, like I said, if I was in that position and I found camera footage, I would watch the whole thing if it was my family that was a victim.
oh yeah, definitely. I wouldn't have just watched for one thing, knowing that. I mean,
No,
knowing
because
what happened. You know, I
yeah,
mean, I would have got the whole night, and I would have went through it. You know, over and over and over again.
I'm just trying to look for any little thing, anybody who showed up, seeing if I could recognize them, seeing if they were in pictures on, and I was going to use Olivia for an example, and Kaylee. If Olivia's watching this video that she finds, and other people are coming into the view of the camera,
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure she probably went through Olivia or Kaylee's social media to try to see, okay, was this person in there? We need to find out who this. I'm pretty sure she did all that.
The only problem with the video is that they could find that evidence, but they don't have the law enforcement's authority to go get the warrants to find out the information about all those people.
Mm-hmm.
That's where they would probably have gotten stuck. They know what's on the video. They know that, you know, X amount of people appeared on it, cars, people, whatever. You know, and being that they were getting calls, that doesn't matter what time they were getting calls, I'm sure they watched everything up until law enforcement arrived, I would have assumed.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure they did. I mean, honestly, you can't blame them. And
No, hell no.
I thought there was something that came out today. Revised amended non-dissemination order. Let me see. Where's that at? Okay, here we go. I was seeing what they. Okay, I'm gonna go over this real quick. Let me pull it up here because they have done something with the non-dissemination order.
Today?
Yeah.
today?
Let's see, what day was this? It came out today. Signed, yeah, on the 23rd. Okay, so this is the revised amended non-dissemination order, and it says, as discussed in detail in this court orders denying Shannon Gray's request to be exempt from the amended non-dissemination order, and granting the request that the order be clarified in this court's order denying the Associated Press's motion to vacate the amended non-dissemination order. The court must attempt to balance the Sixth Amendment right to a fair trial with the First Amendment rights to free speech and free press. And I do have, let's see, order denying the AP motion, and then the order denying Shannon Gray's request. So I do have both of those that I can go over next. Okay, where did I stop off at? Okay, so to preserve the right to a fair trial, some curtailment of the dissemination of information in the case is necessary and authorized under the law. So therefore, the following is ordered. The prosecuting attorneys, defense attorneys, any agents of the prosecuting attorneys and defense attorneys, and any attorneys representing witnesses, victims, or a victim's family are prohibited from making extrajudicial statements, written or oral, that the lawyer or agent knows or reasonably should know will have a substantial likelihood of materially prejudicing or otherwise influencing the outcome of the case. This order specifically prohibits any out-of-court statement which a reasonable person would expect to be disseminated by means of public communication that relates to the following: the identity or nature of the evidence expected to be presented at trial or any sentencing phase of the proceeding. Any information a lawyer knows or reasonably should know is likely to be inadmissible as evidence in a trial, and that would, if disclosed, create a substantial risk of prejudicing an impartial trial. The character, credibility, reputation, or criminal record of a party, victim, or a witness, the identity of witnesses, the expected testimony of a party, victim, or a witness, the performance or results of any examination or test, or the refusal or failure of the defendant or a witness to submit an examination or test any opinion as to the guilt or innocence of the defendant, the possibility of a plea of guilty to the offenses, or any comment on any plea discussions, the existence of or contents of any confession, admission, or the statement by the defendant, or the refusal of the defendant to make any statement. Yeah, hold on just one second. Okay. Okay, y'all. I don't know who was wanting a link, but there it is. I can't, whenever I'm reading something, I can't see the chat. Okay. All right. And if anybody grabs the link and comes up, y'all just have to sit backstage while I'm reading this. And then I'll pull you up once I'm done. Let's see. Okay, so Jay, any information obtained by a witness, the victim's family, or their attorneys from the state that is confidential and has not been publicly disclosed by the prosecuting attorneys. 2 says attorneys involved in the case and their agents, as outlined in paragraph 1, may make extrajudicial statements, written or oral, concerning the following: the claim, offense, or the defense involved, and expect, where prohibited by law, the identity of the parties involved, information contained in the public record, that an investigation is ongoing, the scheduling or results of any step in the litigation. Let me check backstage real quick. Okay. A request for assistance from the public in obtaining evidence and information necessary to the state's case or the defense's case. A warning of danger concerning the behavior of a person involved, where there is reason to believe that there exists a likelihood of substantial harm to an individual or the public interest, the identity, residence, or occupation and family status of the accused, the fact, time, and place of an arrest, the identity of investigating and arresting officers or agencies, and the length of the investigation, and a statement that a reasonable lawyer would believe to require to protect a client from substantial undue prejudicial effect of recent publicity not initiated by the lawyer or the lawyer's clients. Any such statement shall be limited to such information as is necessary to mitigate the recent adverse publicity. No individual covered by this revised amended non-dissemination order shall deliberately avoid its prescriptions by actions, directly or indirectly, that result in violating the order. This revised amended non-dissemination order shall remain in effect in full force and effect until the conclusion of a trial and any sentencing proceedings that may follow, unless otherwise ordered by the court. That was signed on the 23rd, which was Friday, by John C. Judge.
It's interesting how Shannon was arguing that the families were not subpoenaed to testify or even thought to be testifying in the trial. And then the judge put in this thing he just wrote about even people who may be giving statements during the penalty phase.
Right.
That was to include the families if they weren't subpoenaed to a trial, to appear at the trial.
This whole gag order thing, it's just, I get the reason why they have it, but it's a little bit ridiculous, honestly. I think if they're going to have the gag order, they should place everybody under the gag order and be done with it, or not have it at all. You know,
well, who's not under the gag order?
The families aren't.
The families are under the gag order.
Not what the judge said the other day. If I ain't mistaken, he said that they wasn't. That's why they've been talking.
But didn't he just say any person?
Oh, in this one, I'll have to go back and reread it.
Well, that's what I was just talking about. If the families are expected to give a statement during the penalty phase, then they're involved in the gag order also.
Wait, where did it go? I keep losing it for some reason. I need to go back and compare this one to the last one that they did. Okay, and who was wanting the link earlier? Guess they don't want to come up. Okay. I'm gonna have to go back and like take this one here and then compare it to the last one that they had put out. Like it, not not the first one that had came out, but remember whenever the first one came out, and then like a few days later they ended up amending it a little bit.
Well, he needs to figure out a way to amend it some more, because the way Little Liar's playing games and wordplay, she's going to be getting information out there to taint the jury pool anyway.
I mean, it could be possible that we see that those documents where that was put out may not be on here.
Right. They may end up becoming sealed.
That yeah, they may end up taking them off just the whole website, and which I do have them. I don't have them downloaded, but I did put the links in the Facebook group.
Well, I just think that, the next time they're in court or an email or whatever, he needs to caution both sides that he knows I know what you're doing, and you better quit.
Something, because it's gonna end up more information is gonna end up getting out. Is what's gonna happen.
It would just make my day if he got so pissed about the games and everything being played that, after warning them, that they just kept it up and kicked both of them off the case. Said, you guys better find new lawyers.
That, I mean, the way the case is going, there's no telling, honestly, what's going to end up happening. Seriously, because it's like every day or every other day, something new comes up. Something else, somebody, they're complaining about something new, or they're coming out with some new information.
But we're not getting info, Detra. She's not putting out facts. She's playing games. I just, she knows that the public is going to take it and run with it the way they want to, not the way it's intended. And she knows it. That's why she's wording it the way she does.
Yeah, it's all craziness. That's what it is. It's all a bunch of shenanigans.
She can say it's hard to explain. So her saying, or it's not even her, it was Bald Boy that put the statement on, or put out the document with the lack of DNA in his apartment or car, right? It wasn't Anne.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
But he's not saying that there isn't DNA in the apartment or the car. He's saying that we have not received it.
What was it? His exact words was total lack of DNA in the court, or not the court, the car, apartment, office, and home. Which we knew whenever they did the search warrant for the office, they said that literally there was nothing in there that belonged to him.
Right.
How are you?
Hey, I'm back. I found a couple of things that I wanted to mention to you. But
Okay.
but the first thing, as soon as I got off panel, I got to thinking about it, and I thought, how could she put in that motion that there's precious little tying Bryan to the crime scene if she hasn't been through the 51 terabytes? There's no way possible she's been through those. So now I'm thinking she really is playing, on words.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, so in the I think this is the PCA, and this is part of them obtaining, the warrant, and it says the King Road residence contained a significant amount of blood from the victims, including spatter and cast off. And it says, which, based on my training, makes it likely that this evidence was transferred to Kohberger's person, clothing, or shoes. Based on the locations of the suspect vehicle and the phone immediately following the murders, it is probable that Kohberger went home to his residence. And then that reminded me, and it says, it is likely that he still had blood or other trace evidence on his person, clothes, shoes, including skin cells or hair. And then this is what reminded me is they have him on camera at WSU arriving back at his apartment. I forgot about that part.
Mm-hmm.
So the camera did, so that could be evidence.
Wait, say that again.
They have him on camera at the WSU campus arriving back at his
Back.
apartment.
And don't it say in there that they have him on camera leaving? It was it to something?
I think I know that they said that they have him on camera leaving, but I think that his phone was back on when he took that when allegedly he left the scene and went down south, and then his phone came back on, and they started tracking him down south and then coming back up. I think that they mentioned something. I don't know if they mentioned it was video that got him coming back, or if it was just that his phone arrived back at his place at this time.
I just read it, and it said that they have him on video. Let's see where it was. They have him on a WSU camera. Or wait, hold on. I got papers all over here now. And then there was another thing I had read too about where they said that they believed there was probable cause, that they believe that there was digital evidence of him right here. Evidence can be wait. Just what about they believe that there was digital evidence, probable cause for digital evidence, in an effort to conceal his existence. So, and it went on like to talk about, like him trying to, conceal everything, that they believe that there was digital evidence for that. But where was the part about him pulling back into?
Okay, find that real quick, and I'm going to address this super chat. So, Heaven Stars, thank you so much for your super chat. And it says these games could just as easily cause the guilty person to walk as the prosecution causing an innocent man to go to jail, just in my opinion.
Exactly.
That is true.
She is circumventing the gag order via court documents that she is legally allowed to file. She's tainting the jury pool, and she knows it.
Oh yeah. She's playing the game just as hard. I mean, I guess she's doing her job, which that she is. I would want an attorney that's going to fight for me, but if I guess if it got brought up to like the judge, like let's just say the state complained about it, I'm sure she would come back and be like, okay, well the state's doing it too, and then it would be like the judge have to come in and say, like you said, okay, y'all both need to cool it. And that's what's going to end up happening if the judge thinks that that's what they're doing is trying to play these little games and letting stuff slip out in these documents.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to end up saying something. Okay, Avery, what page? Wait, which PCA are you reading?
Okay, I'm trying to find page 1 to tell you, because when I picked them up, I dropped them all over the place because I got all excited remembering what I remembered.
Okay.
Let's see here. Okay. It is dang it. It's the very, very, very long one.
Because I know there's Blakers or there's Paynes, and they're both pretty much word for word. There's just a few different
This is
things on them.
Payne.
Okay.
I think she's going through the PCA, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is Payne. And okay,
What?
where?
And you're looking for the page that it says about him being on camera coming back to WSU.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Okay.
it says it approximately, let's see, is this where it is?
Lisa says she thinks it's page 7.
Page
Okay.
7. Oh, heck. I got pages all over. Okay,
Okay.
page
Let's see.
7.
All right. So approximately 10 miles from Moscow, Idaho, both Pullman and Moscow small college towns, law enforcement officers provide video footage for suspect vehicle 1 to forensic examiners with the Federal Bureau of Investigations that regularly utilize surveillance footage to identify the year, make, model of the unknown vehicle. So that's talking about the identification of the car. Let's see.
I'm on page 7.
Okay, so investigators were given access to the video footage of WSU campus located in Pullman. A review of that video indicated that at approximately 2:44 a.m. on November the 13th, a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed on WSU surveillance cameras traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street and Northeast Stadium Way. Then again at 2:43, a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of the white Elantra, was observed traveling southeast on. So that would have been when he was leaving.
Yeah, but I literally just read where they have him coming back to
Okay, so it's going to be
Pullman.
okay right here at approximately 5:25. A white sedan, which was consistent with the description of suspect vehicle 1, was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman and on WSU campus cameras. So that's
5
on page
cameras.
8. Yeah, it was
Page
on
8.
5. It's on page 8. It's the first full paragraph on page 8.
My pages go from page 7 to 11 because I dropped him everywhere. I get too excited when I remember stuff, and then I'm blonde. Don't judge me. I'm naturally blonde. But yeah, I was going through here, like just trying to think of what other evidence they had that we weren't thinking of earlier. And that was really all that I could come up with. But what do you think about them putting that in the PCA about the DNA being, in his vehicle or on him? Because now that kind of,
Wait, where'd they put that out in the PCA?
what page was I on when I just read that to you? Let's see. Oh, 19. If this is this the PCA or is this the statement?
Because I don't think it says. It don't say no. There's not a page 19 of the PCA. It only goes to page 18.
Okay, I think this is the I think this is dated 12/29/22. I think this might be the search warrant.
12/29/22.
Hang on,
So
let me find page 1 and I'll tell you.
okay.
It might be the search warrant for the apartment because of what she was saying earlier when she was reading that there was reasonable, it was reasonable to think that cast off and everything would have been all over him and he would have tracked it. He possibly could have tracked it to his car or apartment.
Oh, you know what?
Oh, it's Exhibit A.
Is that Blakers?
Statement of Dustin Blaker.
That's Blakers PCA. That's not Payne's.
Okay.
Yes, so that's the PCA for the arrest warrant for his apartment. That's what that's for.
Oh, for this. Okay, for the
The
search
search
warrant.
warrant.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
But
Now,
that's where I read about him seen on the camera coming back into Washington or into Pullman. So,
yeah, what was it? Five something it said.
and did you say 5 cameras?
Yeah, but it's well on Payne and now Payne and Blaker's PCAs are almost word for word. There's only just a few little things that are different in it. But in the one that I just read, which was Payne's, it says that 5 cameras on WSU picked him up.
So
You
you would
know,
think that the FBI would be able, between those 5 cameras, the FBI would be able to clear up the picture well enough for them to see if it would actually be him. So I'm wondering too if that might be
Nothing.
well,
possible.
if it's his car returning to WSU, you probably can reasonably assume it's him.
Yeah.
But you can't really. I don't know. You can't really, unless you have a picture of it. There's no 100%. And I'm
Va-
sure somebody's going to argue it, even if there is a picture.
Vapor, I wanted to ask you, since you don't like Anne,
Little liar.
li- yeah, what are your thoughts on Bryan having a public defender and it being Anne before he even left Pennsylvania and before he even filled out the paperwork for a public defender?
Well, I think that she knew that this case was coming back to Idaho, and I think she wanted it because there are rumors out there that she wants to run for judge. And two, I think she knows how inexperienced this prosecutor is. They both have been in that state doing law for years and years. You can't tell me they don't know each other.
So can she legally do that? Like have herself assigned before he even requests one?
I don't know if I don't know how it came about. I don't
What,
know,
her
but
becoming his attorney?
yeah.
Yeah, before he
Uh,
even left Pennsylvania.
yeah,
And
she on December the 30th, and I don't know if it has a time on it, but she was. Let me go back to it. Hold on just a second. Where's it at?
see,
Uh,
Scarlett's got everything in her computer. I got papers strewn all over my bed.
okay, so this was electronically filed on December the 30th at 1:41 p.m. She did an invocation of rights, and Taylor did.
And so, implication of rights. Okay, okay. So, okay, I forgot that they can do that.
And that was
So
on what date?
that was December the 30th. That was the day
Okay.
that he was arrested. And
Right.
then let's see, order appointing public defender was done December the 30th at 9:38 in the morning. She
And
was
he was
appointed
arrested at like what,
Like
1:30 in the morning.
1:30
1:30?
Eastern time though, so it would have been, you know,
It would have,
Yeah.
well,
10:30 in where she
on
was on
it would have been,
the 29th.
yes,
Right.
that is true.
Right.
So at,
So as soon as she walked into her office the next morning, she filled this out.
yes. Well, this is
I
from the
bet it was the
judge.
only day she's on time.
This is from the judge though, that it was filed at on December the 30th at 9:38 is when it was filed, that she was his attorney. So yeah, it's pretty much as soon as she walked into work that morning, she was made aware that she was going to be
Yeah.
representing him.
Well, I can tell you one thing. If this PCA and everything that is written statements from the law enforcement in that town, isn't proof enough that they better start practicing taking reports on everything so they know how to write shit down when it becomes important. I don't know what is. They don't take reports on anything, you know that.
They don't.
And it shows. It shows that they don't know how to write out what they need to when it becomes important. They're
But
all
I
over the
wonder
place.
though if they do that where they don't write the reports on anything because it makes it look like the crime rate is down because of it being a college town.
Well, you know, if I was the chief, I would say you need to write the report whether you file it or not.
Yeah, because there. Remember, I looked up the car accident and there was no report taken.
I mean, we all know that college probably plays a huge role in that city.
Oh, for sure. That's where
So,
most of their money comes from.
you
So
know,
they actually had his car on 5 cameras in Pullman, Washington, and WSU campus cameras. One was at 1300 Johnson Road in Pullman, another at northbound on Johnson Road, another turning north on Bishop Boulevard, another northwest on SR 270. But then they have him again at Stadium Way, again at Grimes Way, again at Wilson Road, and again at Cougar Way. So they actually have him 9 times. And his phone is consistent with all those spottings that they have of the car.
I'm trying to find something on Google Maps real quick.
Oh, and then the same phone is the one that went to the Albertsons,
Hmm.
and they can actually see him getting out of the vehicle on that one.
Yeah, they catch him in the store. Remember buying some unknown items at the register.
Mhm. So they're going to be able to show that the phone they're tracking was matching the same vehicle that they're following and all of that.
Okay, good. Okay, Dietrich, what is it that you're needing? Hold on, let me see what Dietrich. DNA. Dietrich, are you asking about where it says that no DNA has been found? Is that what you're asking about? Paper is saying Anna's saying that she hasn't got evidence saying that they found DNA, not that there wasn't any found. I'll allege because I have not read it. Okay, hold on just 1 second. Okay, so that one was.
Little Liars, her document was something to the effect of there's a lack of proof.
Oh, that was Jay Logson's.
Okay, okay,
He's the one that said that.
okay.
Yeah.
But she's always complaining about not getting the information or the evidence from the prosecution. And
I'm about to pull it up to where Dietrich could read it because Dietrich might not have been in here whenever I read over it earlier. Okay, hold on just a second, Dietrich. I'm fixing to pull it up where it says it.
Skylar,
So,
I'm going to hop back down, and I'm sorry if I confused you with my papers flying everywhere.
oh no, you're fine. You're
Okay,
good.
I'll be back down in chat. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay.
Okay, so Dietrich right here, I can't highlight it. I wish I could, but I don't know why it won't let me. But if you look right here where it says no matter what came first, that it's in that paragraph. Is this from Ann? No, this one is not from Ann. This is a statement. This is a document put out by Jay Logson, which is also on the defense team. But it says no matter what came first, the car or the genetic genealogy, the investigation has provided precious little. There is no connection between Mr. Kohberger and the victims. There is no explanation for the total lack of DNA evidence from the victims in Mr. Kohberger's apartment, office, home, or vehicle.
because it hasn't been provided to them. That's the
Yeah,
word.
and he's just
That's the way I'm taking it. That's the way I see it. They can say that stuff, and he plus Plus, in this document, he didn't sign a thing of under the penalty of
No,
perjury.
this one is not, because I did go back and look and I got to zoom out because but no, see, his doesn't have the penalty of perjury thing on it. Now, like I said, Ann's does. Hers does. The one she put out does say that under the penalty of perjury.
But she's not saying what he's saying.
No, he's saying something completely different. She doesn't say anything about there not being any DNA in the car and all that. Just he is. So then, family and friends, how are you? Let's see. Okay, so all right, now I got to go back up and see if I can find King Scarlet stuff, because there was something she was wanting me to look up. Okay, she hasn't answered me yet, so we'll wait for her to come back. Okay. Yes, I've got it. King Scarlet. So what exactly is it that you want me to look at on Ridge Road? Just where it's at? Is that what you're wanting? In comparison to where the kid's house is? And King Scarlet, if you want to come up, you're more than welcome to. Okay, they said he was going the wrong way. Okay. So let me pull it up. I hate Google Maps.
No, Lori and CJ, I'm not mad at her. She's overseeing the whole thing. If you think that the other lawyers are putting stuff out without her knowledge,
she has to sign off on it.
That whole team is playing a game. Every one of them.
Yeah, anything that anybody on that team puts out, it has to go through her first, because she's the lead attorney. And if I ain't mistaken, I think the thing that Jay Logson put out, which one was it? Objection. Okay, let me find it real quick, because if I'm not mistaken, I think it had her name on it too. Yeah, it says it right above where he signed it. It says Ancy Taylor, Public Defender, Kootenai County Public Defender, and then it says by Jay Logston, and then he signs it, and he's a Chief Deputy Litigation Assigned Attorney. So everything that goes through that office that has to do with that case, she knows about it. Okay.
I don't know why she wants to run for judge. That's just a rumor. I'm not saying that it's real, but that's just the rumor going around that she wants to run for judge. I don't know why being a defense attorney or a prosecutor doesn't really matter.
Okay. All right. So here, let me see if I can drop a pin. Well, that pin didn't work. Okay, the girl's house is over here. I don't know if y'all can see it or not.
Well, we kind of all know where it is by now, pretty much.
Yeah, just in case though. You know how some people...
Yeah.
Okay, so Walenta Drive is pretty much Ridge Road, the way it looks like on here, because you go on Taylor Avenue, it turns into Walenta. He would have came this way, took a left onto Walenta. I don't know why it's Ridge Road and Walenta. Like, why is it? Is one direction Walenta and the other direction Ridge Road?
I have that can't be.
See, it says Walenta and then Ridge Road, Walenta, Ridge Road.
It's too small on my screen. I can't really see it, but.
And then you go down here and you take a right and you go to Paradise Drive, or you take a left and it keeps going to Walenta and Ridge Road. But it doesn't say, because in the document, it just says on March the 21st of 2023, shows the analyst heavily relying on a video of a car heading in the wrong direction at the wrong time on Ridge Road. Well, in March of 2023, he was in jail.
Yeah.
So, what is she talking about then?
Who is she?
Anne. This came from Anne's document.
What was the statement?
It says March the 21st of 2023 shows the analyst heavily relying on a video of a car heading in the wrong direction and at the wrong time on Ridge Road. So, is this a statement from an analyst from March the 21st?
I don't know.
That must be that has to be what it is. It has to be a statement that this analyst made on March the 21st saying that they're relying on a video of a car, but more than likely from November the 13th, heading in the wrong direction I don't know what the wrong direction and the wrong time would be though. It's one of those things, and I wrote it down word for word what it says in the document. Now I gotta go back to the document. Where is Ann Taylor's declaration? These documents are crazy. And why is my daggum? There it goes. I'm trying to get it pulled back up in this document where it has Ridge Road at. And I literally just had it, and now I can't find it on here. Shit. Where is it at?
Hey, Lost, I'll be right back. Just 1 second.
Okay. King Scarlet, I'm trying to find it, and my little search thing is not working. It's not bringing me back to it when I type in the word wrong. And I don't know why. So where I can find this word at, instead of me having to go all the way back through the thing again. She's got my attention. Okay, I just don't understand what she's saying about it being at the wrong time and the wrong way. Tom, thank you so much for that super chat. And Tom says she made a statement on March the 13th at just an account. Tom, you mean March the 21st? That's what I'm thinking too, that maybe this analyst made the statement on the 21st, but that's what I'm gonna have to see if I can find it. Let me go back to it. There's so much stuff in here that is crazy when trying to find it, especially if the little thing don't work. Shit. Maybe I can just find March the 21st. Let me see if I can do that. Oh, good Lord. That took me literally all the way to the bottom of the thing. So that's not going to be right. Let's see. Video on YouTube. Bryan shows possible path took night of 11/22. And King Scarlet, that was on Ann Taylor's, right? And not on Jay Logston. Let's see. Hey, Wonder, how are you? I'm glad that you have power, internet, air conditioning, and all back to normal, and appreciate you and Troll. I'm happy you got the new Generac. That's awesome. Thank you, Wonder. I appreciate that. It's very, very nice to be cool instead of burning up when it's as hot as it is around here. Okay, I may have to go to the other document and see if I can find it. Because it might have been in Jay Logston's thing. Let's see, I thought it was hers, but I could be wrong. It may be, it might have been in his King Scarlet. Let me grab his real quick and see if it is. Okay, let's see if I can get this to search now. Okay, it's in his King Scarlet. It's in Jay Logston's. Okay, so I'm gonna pull it back up on the. Well, I can't pull it back up on the screen because I got this up here. All right, so it says one area of the investigation had to do with a white sedan seen on camera located at 1112 King Road. First glimpse by officers on November the 18th. Okay, so let's go find. So it's going to be right there, which here's the girl's house. And that's going to be the house that's right next to where the girls lived at. Okay, so by November the 25th of 2022, police believed the car to be a white Elantra and asked law enforcement to be on the lookout for one. Precisely how the police came to believe that the car was an Elantra is still unknown. A report from an analyst for the FBI dated March 21st of 2023 shows the analyst heavily relying on a video of a car heading in the wrong direction at the wrong time on Ridge Road. So, King Scarlet, I think what she's saying is that this car that was on Ridge Road was going the opposite direction of what it should have been, and it was not at the right time for it to be involved in the crime. You talking about the gas? No, Deetra, this isn't where the gas station is. The gas station. Let me zoom back out. So the girl's house is over here. Ridge Road is over here. The gas station is like right here. Like it's. I wish I could draw on the map where y'all could see what I'm talking about, but girl's house is here. Gas station's way over here. And you're welcome, Deetra. Let's see. Cool. Thank you, Gigi. Okay. All right, King Scarlet. Was there anything else with Ridge Road you need me to look at? Okay, so this is a different one. The one he is talking about. I wish she would have like clarified that more of what he was talking about, because is there another white car that was in the area, or what? She's just saying, and the way I'm taking it, I could be completely wrong on what she's saying, but I think she's saying that the car that this analyst was relying on couldn't have been a car because it was going the wrong direction and it was at the wrong time. So there would have been no way it could have been that car. Exactly, Iris. And Iris, how are you? Jen E, how are you doing tonight? All right, so I'm gonna take this off the screen. But King Scarlet, I'm gonna leave the map pulled up on my monitor. So if you need me to look at anything else, just let me know. Hey, Laura Cakes, how are you? And Lauren, you didn't miss a whole lot. I just went over a couple of different documents that was dropped today. Hey, Roger, how are you? So, Lauren, one of the documents says that there's a lack of uh, DNA evidence or the victim's DNA in Bryan's car, his apartment, his parents' house, and his office. Eric, it was actually 14 documents that dropped today. Some of them are super long. Don't really say a whole lot. That's why I haven't went over them. I will pull up though. Just a second. Let me find it. Okay. So, what is this one? Give me just 1 second here. Her motion to compel. It's the defendant's third motion to compel, actually. Okay. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate that. Okay, let me mark this one off on my list real quick, too, so I know that I've done one over this one. Okay, so this is the defendant's third motion to compel discovery, and it says comes now Bryan C. Kohberger by and through his attorney Ann C. Taylor, public defender, and pursuant to the Idaho Criminal Rule 16F, hereby moves the court to order the state to comply with the defendant's third supplemental request for discovery filed herein on or about May the 3rd of 2023. Mr. Kohberger requests in order for the state to disclose the following items, included in the defendant's third supplemental request for discovery. So the standard lab discovery, which is the profiles uploaded to a DNA database, and in the event that the case involves the uploads of a DNA profile to either local, state, or national databases, which would be LDIS, SDIS, or NDIS, please provide all documentation maintained by the testing laboratory, including documentation maintained by Combined DNA Index System, which is CODIS, personnel within the laboratory, including profiles that have been identified as known males, not the defendants. 3.1 says documentations of all uploads, including interpretations and or deconvolulations of mixed profiles, handwritten notes, spreadsheets, match estimator results, upload forms, and CODIS search forms. For each hit, please provide the match detail reports and long form candidate match reports for the hits, including partial hits and hits that are dispositioned to be non-matching, even if the laboratory has dispositioned a profile as a hit. Any state materials regarding the use of the SDIS and the NDIS database systems and any hits made to any profiles uploaded, even if they hit on individuals not the defendant and deemed to not be a candidate match, including hits to any unknown males identified via testing. Ruger 22, how are you? All right, y'all. And it's saying that we have 212 people watching right now, but we only have 118 likes. Hey, the other Sharon, how have you been? So if y'all have not hit the thumbs up, please do so.
All right, I'm back. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. I'm just reading over, what is this one called? It's the third motion to compel. In all the DNA stuff that she's asking for that they haven't turned over yet.
Yeah, there you go.
So
she hasn't gotten the DNA yet, but yet the DNA doesn't exist.
Yeah, this first one, well, number 3 on this page is saying that any of the identified, anything that's came up and has been identified as unknown males, which I'm assuming would be the 3 unknown male profiles that they have.
I'm going to
So,
guess one of them's probably who we suspect is Hunter that went in and checked Ethan.
but it seems like, though, wouldn't he have already given his DNA? Because it does
Look,
say that, some of them gave their DNA, and one of them even, there was even a cigarette that had one of them's DNA on it.
one of whose DNA? One of the unknown males?
No, no, no. Okay, so there was a. I'm assuming everybody who was at the house when the cops got there. Uh, there was all of their DNA was taken. Well, there was a cigarette that was found on the ground outside of the house, and they were able to match that cigarette to one of the people's DNA that they had already taken.
Okay.
Uh, the three unknown male DNA sources. One was found on the glove that was found outside of the house, which would have been the one that Chris McDonough found. The other two, the way they're talking, sounds like it's coming from the sheets of Maddie's bed.
Well, I mean, there again, I think we need to have, well, we're not going to get it, but the prosecution needs to go over the video who all may have been called to that house beforehand and check all the cell phones that were in the area to match up.
Oh, no, it did say that too. One juror, thank you so much for gifting that membership. That was very nice of you. Thank you. It did say that all of the people that did their DNA, that they took their cell phones as well and downloaded the data. Heaven Star, thank you so much for that super chat. And she says, curious as to why Anne didn't mention Bethany and her exculpatory evidence or the roommates taking 8 hours to call 911 in her document when she said everything else, like no DNA anywhere. I wonder if she knows what took them so long to call 911.
I don't know, but that seems to be a huge issue, in my opinion. I mean,
yeah,
you've got to figure out, it could be nothing, but I doubt it.
yeah. I think that's probably the motive. Is probably one of a number one question for me. Why it took 8 hours to call?
No, Tonka, I don't. There's not another male DNA on the sheet.
No, they didn't say that. Just that there was three unidentified male DNA sources, and she's wanting to know basically like, have y'all tested those? If you haven't, why haven't you? Because I'm curious to know who they are.
Well, the glove was found almost a week later.
On the 20th, I think it said 20th or 21st.
Yeah, so it was a week later. God only knows how many people touched that.
Yeah, because don't you remember that's when Chris McDonough went there, and I want to say it was the same time that Nancy Grace was there, and Chris McDonough was walking around, and he found the glove, and they came and took it.
No, Tonka, there's not another DNA profile on the sheath that we know of.
No, as far as we know, there's not. It's only Bryan's DNA on the sheet. There's an unidentified male DNA source on the glove that was found outside.
What's Betty Jo's question?
Let's see.
King Scarlett's saying she has a question.
Okay, Betty Jo, what it is? Okay, so Betty Jo does say, I don't think it's the gloves they're talking about. I think the glove that had the IDs in it. Okay, Betty Jo, was that your question?
It disappeared, but
See, she may put another one down.
That one. The documents are from today, correct?
Yes. One juror, thank you so much for gifting that membership. That was very nice of you. Yes, this one that I have pulled up right now was done. It was dated the 22nd. They dropped it on the 23rd. It is now the 24th because it's after midnight where I'm at. So it came out on the 23rd.
What?
Okay. Oh, no problem, Daddy Joe. Okay, let me look at something real quick on Twitter, and then I will go back to finish reading the rest of this document. Let's see. Okay, let me get back to this so I can finish. I don't remember where I left off at. Okay, so it says. All right, and they're also saying that the state has provided information related to this request for the DNA on the snap of the knife sheath only. The defense has requested all DNA profiles, including additional profiles developed during the course of law enforcement investigation. And it says, see declarations of counsel for Mr. Kohberger, Becca Barlow, and Steve Mercer. They also filed, which is what I had went over and pulled up just a second ago, showing like their background and their expertise in the DNA field and all that. Let's see. The bad part is she can't explain why his DNA was on that sheet. She needs to figure that out first. Deetra, that is true. Like, how is she? How is she going to? How is she going to explain that? Honestly. All right, I threw the link back out. And if anybody else wants to come up, y'all are more than welcome to. Okay, you're back?
Yeah.
Okay.
I tried to write something in back chat, but I didn't know how to get back in here, and I hit the wrong button.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Okay. How are you?
Late.
Where have you been?
Working.
Huh?
Working.
Oh, I could barely hear you.
Oh, sorry. Is that better?
Yes.
What's up, Big Al?
Oh, nothing. Beat like a military mule back in the 1600s.
Somebody was asking about you earlier where you were at.
Oh, they should have told me I was getting my ass kicked.
Speaking
So,
of ass kickings, has anybody? This is off subject, and sorry, but I find it amusing that Dana White is saying that Elon Musk and
oh yeah, I've
what's
seen
that tard that runs Facebook?
that.
They actually
Zuckerberg.
want to fight an MMA fight in the cage, and I
Yeah.
want to see it. I want to fight winner, actually.
Well, I don't know if it's true or not, but I think Zuckerberg's like a brown belt in judo, and Elon doesn't fight.
That
So
would
if that
fit
happens.
because I mean he is a shithead.
Yeah, well, when you're like him, you got to learn how to defend yourself.
I suppose. I mean, maybe.
Wait, Elliot, what? There's no excuse for.
Oh, he's just talking
okay.
shit to Big Al.
Okay, I see what he's saying now. Working is no excuse for missing lost souls live. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, Elliot. I had two people calling. I'm going somewhere to get drunk to work tonight, so I've been working since 7 this morning. So
Okay, let me find.
believe me, I was pretty surprised to see that there were new documents out. And
dude, I wasn't even going to talk about Bryan Kohberger today. I was going to talk about the dad that did that to his little boys, and then the other guy up in Idaho. And then I got to looking, and there was documents all kind of good documents out today.
Well, I opened up Twitter at 1 a.m. and I saw one from Sleuthy, and I was like, "What?"
Okay, so that's the one that Troll was just telling me to read, but I can't find it. She posted it at 1 o'clock.
No, I think she was tagged in it earlier. Let me
Maybe
grab
that's
my
why I
phone
couldn't
and see
find
if I
it.
can find it.
Okay.
But it was something about DNA, 3 other DNA profiles.
Yes,
and they better be able to explain it.
I sent it to her because I didn't know she had saw the document yet, and I was like, I sent the link to her, and I was like, pages 1 and 2 on the document. Okay, Faraday says real quick, we also don't know if Bryan's DNA is on any of the 4 victims either. That is true. Allegedly, he struggled hard with 2 of the victims. I would speculate that there is at least a drop of some sort of Bryan's DNA. That is true because Mr. Gonzalez said that there was a hell of a struggle on the 2nd floor, meaning with Ethan and
Xana.
Yes, and Elliot, yeah, I know you were being sarcastic. I couldn't figure your comment out to begin with, but yeah, it's all good.
I think she's got it out for you, Elliot. She always picks on you about something.
No, I seriously, I couldn't, because it was like the last word that he put in there after live, and I couldn't figure out like how it was. Okay, now let me see if I can find Sleuthy's thing then.
I'm looking for it. For some reason I can't find it on my phone now.
Because Troll just told me to read it, and I went to read it, and I couldn't find it. Okay, so she sent me, I was just a gif of a dude running around like crazy. Okay, so that was an hour ago. So let me see if I can find it. It's what?
I don't think the bot can remove anything, can it?
What bot?
Nightbot, the one that never shows up.
No, he can't. And Heaven Star, thank you so much again for that super chat, honey. And she says, good night, everyone, and thank you for your patience. And you have a good night. And thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us tonight.
Have a great weekend.
So she responded to your tweet saying, I really hope the prosecution took the time to find out. That was the first one that I saw.
Is it the one that she was responding to mine? Is that the one you saw?
No, there's another one that she was...
Oh no, I was asking Troll. Is that the one you're talking about? Yeah, sure. Okay, Troll is saying she put out several.
Are you talking about Sleuthy?
Yeah, on Twitter. Really
I wish she was Anne's job. It had Anne's job.
What, you wish she had what?
I wish she was in... I can't explain what I'm trying to say. Never mind. It's too late.
I feel you.
You can bet it was going to be something sarcastic. It's just that she is heads and tail way above Little Liar in the looks department.
I can't find it now. There's something missing from my timeline.
Okay, so Troll said she posted one like a minute or 2 ago, and I can't find it either.
Yeah, there's definitely something missing from my timeline because I saw it at 1, and I was like, shit, I wish these guys would hurry up and leave. Because I knew you guys were live, and I'm like, God damn it, just go home, you drunk idiots.
Don't drive, though.
I gave 4 people rides home.
Okay. See, that was good of you. So
that's
that
why
way you
I'm
don't
so
have
late.
to. That's why. Well, you don't have to worry about them not making it home. Okay.
So I've got her retweeting an hour ago, but I don't.
Okay. I'm gonna finish this document that I have pulled up.
Yeah, quick. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come in and
No, you're fine. Shit. You're fine. Troll was already telling me go look at Sleuthy's tweet, but I was trying to find it and I couldn't find it. Okay, I gotta even remember where I stopped.
Yeah, the only thing I've seen out of her in the last 3 hours is retweets.
Okay.
On her timeline, so I don't know.
Tad says, Scarlett, can we get a quick how's your... Okay, so Tad's wanting to know how your hand is, Big Al.
Way better.
You get the stitches out?
Oh yeah, the stitches have been out for days.
Okay.
It's an understatement, Tonka.
It healed actually really, really good.
Well, that's good. So at least you got them out and all that.
Still scabby, and the end of my thumb is still kind of numb. Not really numb, but like desensitized.
That's when Troll sliced his hand that time. Like his, it's still areas of it that he can't feel, and this happened like two years ago, 2 3 years
Yeah,
ago,
it was
maybe
pretty
longer.
deep, so that wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, it's way better. My neighbor gave me some oil or something to put on it, and it seems to be making the scab like way
softening it
better
or
than normally.
whatever.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like I can use it.
yeah.
So yeah, thank
His,
you.
like I said, his still, it doesn't have all the feelings, so it may be like that for a while.
Yeah, I'm sure. It'll remind me every day that I screwed
Yeah.
up.
I don't
Yeah.
believe that Xana had long nails because she was always doing athletic stuff. So I don't think she had like her nails done up or anything like that. I think they were just normal. But I don't. That's
I
just what I think.
honestly, I don't remember. Maybe I don't remember if Kaylee and Maddie.
Well, we could go back to that last picture with all of them together, and see what her nails look
I'll
like.
have to. Okay, let me finish this one first, this document, and then I'll go. I'll find that picture. I'm pretty sure I can. It should be easy to find.
Yeah, it'll be easy to find.
Okay, so number 6 says communications, and she's asking to please provide a copy of all communications between laboratory personnel and any other party with regard to biological testing in the case, including letters, memos, emails, texts, and records of telephone conversations. These materials should include communications with regard to outsourcing of DNA testing, statistical calculations, and the DNA profiles uploaded to a database. All emails, text messages, electronic messages, or other messages have not been provided. She's saying to see the declaration of the council for Mr. Kohberger, Bicka Barlow, and Steve Mercer has filed. Number 10, unexpected results and corrective actions for each laboratory that performed DNA testing in this case. Please provide copies of the laboratory's logs of unexpected results and corrective actions. These logs should be provided for a time period beginning 6 months before the start of the testing and ending 6 months after the completion of the testing. Documentation should be provided for unexpected result events that arose during the mechanical, chemical, and/or analysis operations, including contamination, the presence of extraneous DNA, sample handling errors, or other reason. The log should be provided for all laboratory personnel, not just the analysts who performed the testing in this case. And please note, oh, there's a background noise.
It's probably my hookah.
Oh, okay. It says, please note this is a request for the logs themselves, not just the entries within the logs that pertain to the case. Unexpected results and corrective actions are requested for the 6 months before and the 6 months after the testing related to the case. So only entries relating to the lab personnel and this case were provided. And then she's once again talking about Bicka Barlow and Steve Mercer. The genetic genealogy testing and the search. All reports generated by any lab that conducted SNP testing on any sample in this case, including from samples where unknown males, not the defendant, were identified. Copies of all communications between laboratory personnel and any other person or organization with regard to the instant case, including letters, memos, emails, internet posts, press release, and records of other communications, including communications with regard to any DNA profile uploaded to any public or private DNA database. All documentations associated with the database search, including but not limited to CODIS, NDIS, was it GEDmatch, Family Tree DNA, and or felon databases, case sample databases, missing person databases, and internal quality assurance databases. The documentation should include, but is not limited to, the input profile, the input search perimeters, and the search output, all reports, correspondence, and any follow-up actions. All documents related to any genetic genealogy search, including but not limited to the creation of the user profile, accounts information, automatic search results, uploading of the data, all queries, search results from any private or public database, family tree information, and all documents, reports, or notes, or other communications pertaining to the genealogy DNA database searches. All documents related to any genetic genealogy investigation, including but not limited to the additional collection and/or testing of the DNA samples, notes, or of any interviews, documents obtained related to ancestry and/or recommendations for further testing, and all the documents related to the comparison of any DNA samples collected during the genealogy investigation to the crime scene evidence. The name and the address of all persons found to have sufficient sharing centimorgams, is probably not right, with the subject profile to be identified as a match in this report created in the case, and the state has objected to this discovery request. Further, the state has filed a motion for a protective order. Mr. Kohberger incorporates herein his objection to the state's motion for a protective order, as well as the declarations of counsel for Mr. Kohberger, Becca Barlow, and Steve Mercer in support of the defendant's motion to compel. This was signed on the 22nd of June, so that would have been Thursday. So, and it was dropped Friday as well. And it was signed by Ann Taylor. And she's also asking the council requests that this motion be set for a hearing in order to present oral arguments. So they're always wanting to argue something, it seems like.
Well, yeah, that's what they do.
Okay. Let's see. All right. So, Big Al, did you hear about all of the news that's coming out today about there being, hey, Duncan, how are you? That there being 3 unidentified male DNA sources found at the scene other than Bryan's?
Yeah, I read that one tweet that said there were 3 unidentified.
One was found on the glove that was found outside.
Okay.
That was November the 20th or 21st. The way they're saying about the other 2 was that they were found on the sheets in Maddie's bed.
They're saying that there was other male DNA on the sheath?
No, not the sheet, the sheets, the bed sheets.
Oh, the sheets.
Yeah, the bed sheets. And that might have been where Tonka or whoever it was a minute ago that kept asking about the sheath. She might have thought that that's what I said whenever I said that. I should have said bed sheet. So that is my fault. I do apologize.
So she had an active boyfriend, right?
Yes, she did.
So then there was one extra DNA profile on her bed?
That's what they're saying.
Well, I mean, it could have been anybody that was in that room.
Right.
Because
sitting
they
on her
did,
bed or...
because they did have a party the night before that. So it's not saying she was doing anything like that.
Right. No, I wasn't. It was just I wasn't sure she had an active boyfriend or not.
Yeah,
it wouldn't.
Does.
That would explain one extra profile,
Right.
but 2 would be suspect, I guess.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me that if people were called over there earlier, somebody might have put their hands down on the bed to get possibly get a better look at injuries to them.
Elliot, they are saying that the knife sheath was found it was partially under Maddie and under the comforter on the bed.
Could have been a reason why he didn't find it when he was leaving, or,
right.
I don't know. I mean, if he'd have known before he left that room that he lost the knife sheath, then you would have thunk he would have looked forever until he found it.
Right. And maybe he did, but maybe he thought he was like running out of time or something and had to like hurry up and get out of there.
Yeah, I've thought about that 1,000 times. Why wouldn't you go back to get that son of a bitch? I cannot for the life of me put myself in the position where I'm doing something like that and I would leave something like that behind.
I would have never had a sheath.
I don't think I would have either.
It just seems like it's extra baggage.
But then again, when I think about my deer hunting knife and I think about carrying that without a sheath, I think about losing a few fingers.
Oh, Stevie popped in.
Carrying that around in a hoodie and putting your hand in a hoodie pocket with a razor sharp knife inside.
Yeah, that seems like it's like an accident waiting to happen, actually.
And it's not a light piece of hardware.
Mm-mm.
No.
I don't know exactly what mine weighs, but I'm pretty sure K-Bar is heavier, and mine's pretty heavy.
Hey, Evie, how are you? Let's see. 2 male DNA in Emnem's, maybe trace DNA as they saw her hug. Yeah, I mean, it could have been from that. It could have been because she did hug the guy. Everybody's calling number 9 at the food truck. What is this? Hold on just a second.
Yeah, but we don't know what
You don't know how many people
where
she
they
hugged
found
at the
it,
bar.
and we don't know what they found. What did they find? An eyelash? Did they, was it a droplet? What? We just know they found a DNA profile. What did they? How did they find it? What
Well, yeah,
form
because
was
we don't
it?
know where it was exactly at. That's just the way they're putting it.
Was it sweat? Was it mucus? Was it,
Yeah,
another
it
bodily discharge? What was it?
yeah, it doesn't specify. Just that it's 3 unidentified male DNA profiles is how she had it listed.
Yeah.
But they're also
This
saying, and this is from another document that came out today, that the way they're wording it, that there is a lack of DNA from the victims in BK's car, apartment, home, and office.
this is just the case that keeps on giving.
Well, see, here's the difference though. The DNA, Ann Taylor put a document out today where she's talking about the 3 unidentified male DNA sources or profiles or whatever. On that document, at the very bottom, it says under penalty of perjury, "Hey, Brad, how are you? That you could get in trouble. So I know that this is like the best of my knowledge, or whatever the sentence is," and she signs it. On the Jay Logston dude's document, where he's talking about there being no DNA in the house and in the car and all this and that, is not. It doesn't have that
No,
little sentence on it.
and I'll go over it one more time just for Big Al. It's because I believe they're playing games and they know that these documents go out to the public and it's their way to circumvent the gag order by playing these games, and him saying there's lack of DNA in the car, in his apartment, and in his office. It's not because the DNA doesn't exist, in my opinion. In my opinion, it's because they haven't received it. But they're just playing the game knowing the public is not going to see it that way. They're going to run with, oh, there's no DNA at all anywhere. But he doesn't sign his document under penalty of perjury.
The misinformation part makes sense. Confusing the public makes sense 100% to me.
Right.
That's what I was saying. These guys they wanted the gag order, but they're still getting stuff out in the way that they know they can in these public documents. And their claim that they don't want to taint a jury pool, but yet they're putting out what they want the jury pool to possibly hear. They're tainting them themselves, but
Yeah, I mean,
biased in their position.
I can't argue with that. I can't
This,
find an argument for that. It would
this is
not
the
surprise
stuff
me.
that irritates me.
Betty Joe, it was put out by the prosecuting attorney that the sheath was under, it was partially under Maddie and under the comforter. So that's what the prosecuting attorney came out with last week in his motion to get a protective order on the whole DNA stuff. Was it the genetic genealogy stuff? I'm pretty sure, I'm going to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if we wake up in the next day or two and some of these documents are taken off the website.
No, Elliot, he can't censor what they put in the documents, but he can seal the documents from now on if they're going to continue to play these games.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if they pulled. I mean, if there's this much in there, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they sealed them or pulled them from the internet.
Because, I mean, is this, when is this judge reading these documents?
I don't know.
I mean, is he? Obviously, he read some of them today, because wasn't the one that I read about the non-dissemination order, was that dated today or yesterday? I don't even remember now. So there had to have been some. Let me just look at this one.
I read
This is-
something about the cameras today too, briefly.
Yeah, as of right now, he's going to continue to allow the cameras in the courtroom, and he's just going to watch how the case unfolds. And
Well, that's his right. I mean,
right. So, okay, so it's the 24th now, which is Sunday. So there was documents that he was signing on the 23rd. There's a one order granting motion to take judicial notice notice of press coverage. So that was signed on the 23rd. So
you know the old adage: if you don't want people to really pay attention, release it on a Friday.
Well, they're wrong there.
As soon as the
On this one, yeah. They got probably just,
they don't. There's people who are constantly refreshing this website, just waiting for the documents to drop.
Oh, I'm sure of it. I don't doubt that for a minute.
Because before I even got through one of the documents, there was already people, because when they released them, they only released like 8 at a time, like the first 8. And as I'm reading through the first one of Ann's thing, I'm seeing people on Twitter talking about the camera situation. I'm like, where are they getting this document from about the camera? It's not on there. And I go to refresh it, and there's like a total of 14 documents that have been dropped today.
Wow.
It was like one big dump that they did, and then they released the rest of them.
They're going to have a dump truck full of documents in this case.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be ridiculous by the time it's all said and done. Boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes.
Yeah, it seems like here lately, it's like every day or so, something new is coming out.
I mean, you can't say the defense isn't doing work.
No, she's doing it.
Yeah, you can't say she's not doing work. I mean,
it's going to be, like I said earlier, and I've said it before, it's going to be a very interesting trial.
Expensive.
Vapor thinks it's going to go longer than the 4 to 6 weeks. He's thinking, would you say, Vapor, like 12 weeks or so?
12 to 20.
I agree.
Because of
when I heard 6 weeks, I was like, no, not a chance.
Well, I mean, just the 51 terabytes worth of stuff that they have to go through. I mean, are they going to bring all of that up in court?
Well, how many items are they going to admit into evidence? That's been my thought. When I heard the 51 terabytes, it's like, okay, well, how many of these things are going to be admitted into evidence?
What was it, 1,865 images that was given to them?
Yeah,
I mean, are all of those going to get entered?
All the video. I mean, every video has frames.
And Ann Taylor.
Each frame can be a different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All they said it was Bella trial. They said was 13 weeks. Yeah, Vallo's trial went by super quick.
And how long was it?
5 weeks.
Yeah, there's no way this is going 6 to 8 at all.
No,
I think there's too much evidence.
Right.
I mean, her defense didn't really even put on a defense.
They didn't. They didn't even call witnesses. When the state rested, her attorney stood up and said, "We're not going to call anybody. We rest too." Now, if they would have called witnesses, or even Lori would have got on the stand, then yeah, it probably would have went another 2 weeks. But with this one, Ann Taylor has brought in 2 attorneys that are experts in DNA. So she's brought them in. You know she's going to have experts on the cellular data stuff.
Well, the prosecution better be going through those 2 experts and looking at every case. Somebody better be looking at every case they did and find out the outcomes and see how well they did their job in those cases.
Yeah, because she could be possibly intimidating the state.
Well, if the tables were turned, you know damn well she would be looking for anything she could discredit them with.
Yeah.
I just don't. I'm gonna say it again. This whole prosecution of him needs to be turned over to federal. I don't believe in this prosecutor at all.
It seems like he just thought that Ann Taylor was going to be a piece of cake.
I believe the evidence is there, and I believe he has it. I just don't think he knows how to present it correctly.
Is it? I mean, is it? Does he not know how to present it correctly, or?
I just think it's a lack of experience in this type of a
Well,
case.
yeah, that could be it too. I mean, because he honestly, he could be not scared to present it, but be nervous about it because of it being a high profile case. And the media and the public is looking at basically him right now, if you think
He's gonna
about
be
it,
under a microscope.
for sure. Like the whole weight of this case and all the public and the media, the families, the victims, all of that is on that one man's shoulders to present this to a jury, to try to prove that this is the person who did it, to get a conviction, and possibly the death penalty, if not life in prison.
Dennis says, "How could this case be turned federal? It happened in Idaho.
Because
He
he
crossed
crossed
state
state
line.
lines to do
Yeah,
it.
I can't believe that the feds didn't already take it over because he's. I thought as soon as it came out that it was him and he crossed state line to commit a
Yep,
felony,
yep.
well,
I
technically
thought they were gonna
five
grab it
felonies.
right away.
I thought they would have.
I sure hope that he's allowing the federal people to help him with this because he's going to need it. He's just, you know what? When this is over, he's going to retire. He's done.
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah.
either way.
Yeah,
He's going to be.
This is going to be the case that he had to be like, okay, y'all, I'm done. I can't do it no more.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's like-
win or lose. This is the one that puts him on the bench.
He's going to be like, you know what? Fishing sounds really good.
Yeah, no pun intended. But I don't think he's looking to be a judge.
Yeah, when he goes home after this case is over, he's going to rip his Ring camera off the door.
Oh, lots of people are.
Probably put it like a big sign. I do not have a camera in my at my house. It's like, don't come ask me for evidence.
Yeah, instead of no soliciting, no camera.
You know, it's funny over the years that I've been in business, I've got cameras that face a state highway that are on the front of my building, and
Uh-huh.
I've had several major accidents and incidents right in front of my place, and I've had to pretty much force feed video footage on the county and the state.
So they wouldn't come ask you for it?
Nope.
So to me, that's like they wasn't doing their job
Mm.
to like help if whoever
They
was
wouldn't even
not
send someone
involved.
out. Put it this way: there's an accident that happened right in front of my place. There's a 17-year-old kid texting on his phone, ran into the back of a lady at 73 miles an hour who was waiting to turn.
Mhm.
Never even hit his brakes.
Oh my god!
Was he?
The
And-
woman, was she okay or did she? not make it?
She lived, but it was
Oh,
the
okay.
injuries were serious. I mean, it was a life flight situation. And when I tried to, I had 4 cameras that caught it. I had 4 different angles of the accident, and I called the state patrol and I said, I have 4 cameras. My neighbor across the street has 2. What do you want us to do with this footage? And the accident investigator was like, well, I'll get back to you. And 2 weeks later, I called and said, what do you want us to do with this footage? We have it. You know, it's on a USB drive. What do you want us to do with it? Oh, yeah, we're going to get back to you on that. I'm like, are you kidding?
Did
I
you
mean-
call Truckee Police Department?
Well, here's the thing. They didn't end up charging the teen with anything major. He got like
Oh,
a misdemeanor,
that is-
misdemeanor ticket or something that was like nothing. So I don't know if it was who he was related to, or a good lawyer, or what. But I had to literally drive there with the 2 thumb drives, and give them to them, and make
See-
them give me a receipt.
So what about? I mean, because that's really sad though, because this woman's insurance needed it, and the
Oh,
police didn't have it.
Her insurance was at my place the next 2 days later, asking for video. They had a private investigator here asking for video 2 days. It might have been 3 days. It was either 2 or 3 days.
See, that's a shame now that police. I mean,
But
I would-
I don't think.
I don't understand why the police don't do their job right.
Well,
Honestly, is it just
I don't
lack of
understand it either.
intelligence? Like,
I
are they
don't get
just
it.
is it lack of intelligence? Is it just because they're lazy? They just don't care? Like, what is it?
Well, part of it, I think, is there needs to be a traffic control change at the intersection that's in front of my place.
Mm-hmm.
And people have been calling for it for years. There's been a lot of major accidents right here. Zero deaths, as far as I know of, but a lot of major accidents.
Uh,
And I think maybe the state was worried about getting sued. And
oh, so that could be.
but I don't know, and I hate to make an allegation like that because it's just but I mean it kind of makes sense. That this is the reason why the traffic control change was called for. There's no turning lane, and there's no bypass lane, and it's on a state highway. So when someone's making a left turn, people going north have to stop behind them.
Yeah, that must suck though, right in front of a business too.
Oh, on Sundays we sit on the patio and drink coffee in the morning when everyone's going home because this is where their cabins are.
Mm-hmm.
We sit on the patio every Sunday that it's nice out and watch the accidents almost happen one after another.
So
All day
sad.
Sunday and all night on Friday when they're all on their way up here, and then we watch it on Sunday when they're on their way home. But to have to force them to get to take evidence, it was kind of mind-numbing for me. Because here I am with these expensive HD cameras and this killer video and 4 different angles of a major accident, and nobody wants it except for the insurance company. I'm like, whoa, this is weird.
Yeah, I mean that it seems like that if something like that happens, then the police should be even with
All over
the
it.
Idaho case. They should have been all over them cameras, wanting footage.
Yeah, you would think they would be canvassing that neighborhood around that house. Every single door, knocking on every door saying, do you have a camera?
Right.
Do you have a Ring doorbell? Do you have a camera?
I would have been like, okay, if you got a camera, you have until such and such time, 24 hours, to have your footage sitting at my office.
Should have, but yet Olivia Goncalves beat him to it.
Which is sad.
Right.
That the victim's sister had to go and make the timeline right.
That's got to be embarrassing. I mean, it's got to be one thing Little Liar looked at and said, man, if she can make him look bad.
I bet you she brings it up in court.
Oh, for sure.
Watch and see.
Are you kidding me?
She is going to bring that up in court, and she is going to say, whenever it gets brought up about how they've done their job on this case, and she's going to bring it up in front of the jury and say, it is sad that whenever one of the victims' family members had to bring a video and show y'all what time 2 victims got home because y'all had the timeline wrong. And then y'all came, she's going to make it this whole thing that happened all in the beginning, because the timeline, if y'all realize, supposedly the murders happened between 3 and 4. Kaylee and them supposedly got home at 1:45. They were trying to find where Ethan and Xana was that night. Then all of a sudden they were at Sigma Chi from 8 to 1:45 in the morning. Here comes Olivia saying, no, they didn't get home at 1:45. They got home at 1:56. She's going to bring I'm telling y'all, this is going to be very interesting.
This goes right into Little Liar's smoke and mirrors defense. All she can do is play games. I mean, right or wrong, that's all I've seen her ever do.
I mean, she's going to do, I think, what she has to do, whether it's a game or anything like that, to create reasonable doubt. Because she only has to get one jury member. That's it.
Just one.
I've said it before, and I'll probably have to say it many more times. If she gets him off on technicalities and BS, that guy's life is in danger.
Oh, for sure.
And see, this is what I said last night. Okay, so we know that his family doesn't have money to come out to each one of his court dates. But even if they don't have money to come for the trial, somebody's got to be there the day the verdict is read. That it's in his family or friends or something. Because, if this comes back, somebody, I don't know, the imaginary friend, something. Like, somebody's got to be there. Because if this does happen to turn out to be a not guilty verdict, they're going to let him go that day. And he's going to have to leave the state of Idaho that day. So
Well,
he ain't
maybe
got a car, so I don't know how he's going to get out of there. Like his sister, somebody.
Yeah,
maybe
he better
my
be
ex
ready with
will
a
let
name change.
the Joker jump in her portal for the day and jump on over.
If not, he'll be sitting. I guess if he gets the death penalty and Chad Daybell gets the death penalty, they'll be on death row together, which is going to be very
And you know
interesting.
the crappy the crappy thing about that is um uh, Bryan would probably be persecuting him for what he did. I mean, in my
Oh,
opinion,
Chad
his
Daybell.
not to put one above the other, but I mean, those were two little kids,
Right.
not for college students. I mean,
It's
I'd
one
love to
is
hear
just
their
as bad
argument.
as the other, honestly.
Yeah, it is. I mean, when you're talking about anybody losing their life, but
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I don't.
I mean, and the death penalty is still on the table for Chad. They haven't ever taken it off. I'm just wondering when they're gonna do like announce if they're gonna do the death penalty for Bryan because like I
How
was
many more
saying,
weeks do they have for that?
let me see how many days we got. I've got it on my calendar because the guy that I was talking about that I'd actually posted on the Facebook group that is also in Idaho that has the same charges, the 4 first-degree murder charges and the burglary charge in northern part of Idaho. They've done the prosecutor there has then came out and this literally just happened. I think it was the 15th. I believe that's when it was when he did the murders, and they've done came out and put in their intent to not pursue the death penalty in his case.
What?
Yeah, it's in the documents. I posted all of his documents on the Facebook group. I did them all today because I was going to talk about his case tonight, and
Why would they
they've
do that? Even if
Well,
already
they
done it.
even if they weren't going to pursue the death penalty, I would have let it dragged out as long as possible to possibly get a plea from him.
here's
Well,
the
no,
thing with
he's already admitted to doing it.
Oh, okay.
He called 911 and told them that he just murdered 4 people. And the thing is, the 2 days before the murders happened, they had to call police out there. That one of the people that he did this to, it was a family that lived below them in an apartment, and one of the boys that lived there had exposed himself to this guy's wife and his minor daughters. So they called the police. They made a record of it. Police didn't do nothing about it. They talked to this guy and his wife, talked to this boy's mom and grandfather. Nothing was done about it. So he took matters into his own hands. And he even told the police, if you're not going to do anything about it, I'm going to take matters into my own hands. And that's what he did. He went and did it and then called 911 and told them that he just shot 4 people.
I think the reason they're not going for the death penalty is because if they can get one juror that doesn't want to put him to death because it was a crime of passion with air quotes,
Correct.
then they'll lose the conviction or potentially could lose a conviction. If they just go for life because of his mental state, they might get him for 25, years per count. And he'll still end up rotting in prison.
Okay. And we've got 27 days
But I'll
before.
tell you what, if they put me on that jury, I'd have a hard time finding him guilty.
Who, Bryan?
No, not Kohberger, the other one.
Oh, the other one. I
Yeah.
mean, he admitted to doing it.
Yep.
But they know why
But I
he
know
did it
why
too.
he did it.
Yeah.
That's the same thing with that guy down in Texas.
Speaking,
So,
yeah, yeah,
That guy never had a chance of spending a day in jail. After what was done to I think it was his daughter. Like a kid.
I don't remember.
I forget which case it is. Somebody
And
raped his daughter or essayed his daughter, and then he ended up killing the guy and burying him.
I don't remember that one.
I'd have to look it up.
Well, that's like the guy who murdered his three sons, the three little boys over in Ohio. He admitted to doing it, admitted that he had planned it out. They put him on a $20 million bond. He goes into his preliminary or to his arraignment today and pled not guilty.
What?
Yeah, that was the other case I was going to talk about tonight because I wasn't, I was going to let Kohberger rest, and then all of a sudden all these other documents come up. But yeah, he went to his arraignment today and pled not guilty after he has confessed to doing it and pled
Was he
not
gonna,
guilty.
is he claiming the confession was coerced, or how
Um,
do you do that?
I don't know. I don't know if they're going to try to go for an insanity plea on him or not, because Ohio does have the insanity plea.
Do you know where that happened in Ohio?
It's Claremont County, I think it is. Let me grab my notes real
Oh,
quick.
by the way, you have a new addition to the crew that is addicted now.
Oh, Froggy?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was in here. Was it last night she was in here?
Yeah.
I think it was.
I knew she'd get hooked.
I haven't seen her tonight, but I believe it was last night. She had came in and said hi to everybody. But that's cool. I'm glad she's coming in hanging out with us.
Yeah. She's good people.
Okay, so it happened it's Claremont County, but it's Batavia, Batavia, Ohio.
Oh, Batavia?
Batavia, yes. And it does say, okay, so the state of Idaho uses the Monoton rule, and the burden of proof is on the defendant whenever it comes to an insanity plea. And I've got a screenshot of exactly what the Monoton rule is. I just got to find it real quick.
Yeah, Batavia is basically Cincinnati.
Yeah, I was gonna say because they had mentioned something about them taking somebody to the medical center, University of Cincinnati Medical Center. So
Okay, so yeah, because the mom was trying to get to the little boys, and he ended up shooting her in her hand. And so she went to the hospital, and then they had to come tell her that the three little boys didn't make it.
I don't understand because the reasoning for him doing this, from what I heard, and I don't know that it's true, but it's just what I heard when this all happened, was because of something to do with how she treats the father of the stepdaughter and never letting him see his daughter, and her possibly leaving this guy. And he was saying that this all happened because he wasn't going to have her take his kids away from him, and him not going to be able to see them like she does with the daughter and the
Hmm.
daughter's father. But if that was true, why didn't he just get rid of her too?
That's what don't make sense. And I even questioned, like, because I had heard that he did it because of divorce talks, but the little girl, his stepdaughter, she took off running.
Yes.
Okay, and was screaming about it and all this and that. Um, but he didn't do anything to her, and he didn't do anything to the mom other than her hands, and that was it.
I don't know. I don't know what made those three little boys the target instead of her, if it was over the custody and divorce talks and stuff like that.
I don't know. It's
I
just
was just
it's a sad situation all the way around.
I was just browsing Twitter looking to see if there's anything else that popped up in with regards to those new documents. And I don't know if anybody's seen the news late tonight, but there's a civil war popping off in Russia.
Oh well.
What a surprise.
I know, right? I just looked at it. I had to close it. I'm like, oh my goodness. It's too late for that. Wow. I think this case is just going to get more and more interesting. I can't believe the level of documents that are dropping on the daily.
Yeah,
I
today
did
was
not expect
14.
that.
I wasn't either. That's why I was going to talk about the other two. And then there's, I think it was 8 the first drop, and then the rest of them, it was 14 total today. They came out.
We
And
want. There's more on Monday. I guarantee it.
I'm sure there will be. And I haven't even got a chance to go through all the documents today. That's why I haven't read them all of what they just put out today.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot. I think it's going to be an almost a daily occurrence. I got a feeling. It's like you said, it's their way of getting around the gag order.
Yeah.
And keeping
And
it in the news and tainting the jury pool every single day.
well, just like the other night, I said it was like they put the document out about trying to get the protective order, and it's like they're just dropping little tidbits of information to the public when there's a gag order out. It's weird.
It's games.
Yeah, this one's gonna be. We got months to go too. That's the worst part.
We've got, let's see, what is today's date? The 24th? June, July, August. Yeah, what, like 3.5 months?
Yeah, that's a long time. But I suppose in their world it's not, because I think we all agree it's not going to go off on time.
I don't know.
I think something's going to delay the start of this trial, no matter what.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to start on October the 2nd.
Nope. I don't see it. And I think that, like you said the other day, I think they're using the fact that they're having to compel for evidence and push for evidence. They're going to use that as the reason why. Well, since you didn't get us this stuff and it took us 3 extra weeks, we need 3 more weeks.
Let's see. 3 weeks would put it at what? Like well, it'd be like the last week, going into the last week of October, right?
Yeah. And I was convinced they wouldn't run this through the holidays, but I've looked at a lot of trials, and there's a lot of them that run right through the holidays. They don't give a shit.
Yeah, they'll probably take off, like, let's just say if it goes through Thanksgiving, they'll probably take the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday off for Thanksgiving and then come back that following Monday, because they're saying it's supposed to go, is it to the 22nd? Or was it the 14th? I'll have to go back and see if I can find it.
I think it was the 14th, but it's not gonna. It's gonna go way past that.
I don't think it's gonna kick off the way they're thinking that it's gonna start.
No, even if it starts when it's supposed to, it's gonna go way past that.
There's just too much to it. It's hardly an open and shut case, and on anyone's way of judging a case.
One juror says stop trying to ruin his hotel plans in Idaho because he's already made reservations for October the 2nd.
Oh, wow.
I think Riddler said he was going to try to go up there. He was trying to find a flight or something up there, but I don't know if he ever did or not.
That's a brave time to go to Idaho, beginning of winter.
Right. Because that's about the time that all the snow and all that starts. So maybe that's why they were wanting it around that time. Maybe they think the media is not going to show up.
Good luck with that.
Because, look at Bryan Enton and, what is the other lady that's with News Nation? Is her name Nancy Liu? Is that her name? I can't remember.
I don't watch News Nation.
It was like when Bryan Enton would be there for like a week or two, then he would leave and she would come. And they were there the whole entire time that it was winter and snowing and cold and everything else. Betty Jo, you think it's going to start on October the 2nd? I don't know. I get this feeling like something's gonna come up and they're gonna push it back. King Scarlet says she's gonna go set up a taco stand.
There you go.
Okay, so for me the next
Don't try and sell snow cones in October.
Tonka says for me the next big date is when Bryan's supposed to give his alibi if he doesn't plead the 5th. I just don't know if he's going to do that or not.
Hmm.
It'd be interesting to know if he does have an alibi.
Well, if he has an alibi and he's actually innocent, I wouldn't be sitting my ass in jail this long.
No, but the thing with the alibi though is he has to present. Well, he would have to tell his attorney. The attorney would have to motion the court, and or not the defense. I'm sorry. The state has demanded the alibi. If that's what he's going to use as his defense. So she would have to go let them know what the alibi is. Then the prosecution would have to go investigate it and vet it and make sure it's legit and all this and that. And if it does check out, then they would have to go before the judge and let the judge know that they are, they checked it all out and they're going to drop the charges and dismiss the case. But that takes time to do.
Yeah, I think, like he said, if he had one, it'd be out there. I think he's worried about giving one and getting burned by the evidence is what I think.
I mean, if he had one, it seems like he would have already told her in the very beginning. And then he may have done that. We don't know. But like you said, it's all the evidence that he's got to go through to try to prove it. There could be, I don't know, a receipt, or he could have said, okay, yeah, I was driving around that night. I wasn't home, but I didn't go anywhere around that house. He could have said that he went somewhere else, and maybe he's got to find a camera that has him on it to prove that that's where he was at that time. Could be any little thing. It's just that may be what he's trying to do. Imagine he's innocent. That means that there are people out there walking around that did this. Ducking, yeah, if he's
I was thinking about that the other day.
Then what is it now? Let's see, 7 months, almost 7.5 months since this happened. So if he is innocent, then yeah, there's somebody else walking around out there who did this and possibly is going to get away with it.
But how long he's been sitting, just like Betty Jo just said, how long he's been sitting doesn't fit with someone who's got an alibi.
That is true.
That's a long time to sit in jail.
Especially if you have an alibi and knowing that you can get out. Yeah, I don't. This case it's all the weirdness with this case. I don't know what it is about it, but hey, Paula, how are you? See, even worse, what if he's so good he did it and he's going to get away with it because Elia's messed up? Paula, if that's the case, that is scary.
Oh, yeah.
That's a very scary thing, because a person who did this crime would be let out and would possibly do it again. Because I'm going to be honest, if he's the one who done it, what's to say he wouldn't do it again if he gets away with it?
Yeah, to embolden somebody like that to get away with a crime like that is because the chances of them not doing it again, in my opinion, are pretty slim.
Yeah, because let's just say if he is egotistical and he's like, okay, I did it. I went through the whole court process. They had all this evidence, but they couldn't convict me. Okay. And then he gets out. So then he's got the big head. He thinks that, hey, Jay Clark, how are you? He thinks he can go do it again and get away with it again.
What's that whole catch me if you can attitude? What the hell was that guy's name that was taunting the FBI?
Was he an SK?
No, he was a forger. They had a movie about him. He was, God dang, I can't remember his name.
People are talking about setting up a food truck, but I mean, we already know the grub truck's there. Maybe they should relocate to the courthouse.
I'm pretty sure they would. Just Ann said Bucky or Rudy.
Yeah,
I
it was
don't.
Frank Abagnale Jr. who was.
Oh,
It was Leonardo DiCaprio did the movie. He played his part
okay. I
with
don't guess
Tom
I've ever.
Hanks.
I don't guess I've ever heard of that one.
Well, he taunts. Basically the premise is he's a criminal that taunts the FBI for years, and they're trying to catch him and trying to catch him and trying to catch him, and they finally catch him, and he ends up turning into a federal agent helping them catch other forgers. But he impersonated a pilot, doctors, teachers, attorneys.
Uh-huh.
I mean, he literally sat in the cockpit on a Pan Am flight and faked being a pilot. Catch Me If You Can. It's a great movie. It's on all the streaming services, I think.
I'll have to see if I can find it. Hey, Lori, how are you? Um, I have to see if I can find it. But you think that if Bryan got out, if he really did this and he got out, that you think he would try to do something like that?
You would think he would be smart enough, not that he is, but you would think he'd be smart enough and said, you know what?
I don't want to go through that again.
I got away with it. I don't know if I can get away with it again. That was too close. But people that do this type of thing don't really have rationality. They have just a bloodthirst. And now that he's gotten a taste of it, because we don't know if he's done it before, but I don't think he's done it before.
I don't know. It seems now I know that there's been other SKs that's done it, like their first time was for victims or whatever. I don't know why. I just have a feeling that if he really did this and he did it before, I don't know why I have that feeling.
Well,
See, I didn't know the Zodiac. Was the Zodiac caught?
he was never caught. They think they know who he was.
Yeah,
now,
they think they know who he was.
Oh,
I don't think he was
okay.
ever caught.
but
Okay.
I think he's been dead for a while now, and that may just be just to get it. Oh yeah, we solved it. I mean, but when he was doing all that, can you imagine all the DNA and stuff that he left behind, never thinking that this would be 40 years later, they'd be able to have different, ways of investigating. Just like right now, we think DNA is what it gets. Next thing you know, I mean, 40 years from now, who knows what they're going to be using to catch people?
That's true.
They could be scanning your memories.
They're going to come up with some kind of it wouldn't be far fetched. It's off the wall. But I mean, could you imagine if they came up with something that was, like a scent detector that can detect drugs and stuff when you walk by it? If you get to a crime scene fast enough, there's still maybe they can identify instead of DNA, but maybe identify DNA through a scent of who was in the area.
That could be floating in the air. Who knows?
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I mean, things that they could come up later with in the future, probably just,
Okay, so
Well,
Tonka says in 40 years you will be convicted for thought crimes. The way things are going.
it's Tonka. It's not 40 years away. It's already happening over in the UK.
That's crazy.
It's
what was
already
that
happening.
movie? It
What was
like
what?
20 years ago or something. There was a movie kind of like that where they could detect stuff in your brain that what was that movie? God.
I don't know.
You're talking about the pre-crime one?
Yeah, where they could detect stuff that you would do in the future, and then they just, they basically prosecute you on what you're going to do in the future.
That was a Stallone movie, I think.
I thought it was
Minority Report. Someone said.
Minority Report. I think.
So that is what NT will end up fighting if state don't get smarter. The right of privacy over our genetic material. I think the main thing and the main fight, I believe, in this whole thing when this goes to trial is going to be the DNA. And then I think the cellular data is going to be next.
It's interesting how they've just basically dropped the supposed exculpatory evidence Bethany might have.
Yeah, we ain't heard nothing else about that.
It's a game. They wanted to intimidate her.
Because all of a sudden, I forgot even who the investigator was. But he said when he was going through the stuff that he found that Bethany may have exculpatory evidence. But and of course I know he's not going to say what it is or whatever. But I'm curious, like what could she have had that could have helped Bryan say that he's innocent or prove that he's innocent?
I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like the accusation, just the accusation, throwing the accusation out there is does the damage.
Right.
The damage is done more in the accusation than what might really be there.
Bethany will have to testify at the trial right now. She's protected by the indictment. Yeah, I think her and Dylan are going to be witnesses. I'm pretty sure that the kids that were probably there, I'm pretty sure that, or maybe not all of them, but some of them for sure will.
If those kids were called over there early and how many there was, if there was people there between 8, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning, hours before law enforcement was called, I'm wondering who's going to call them. I mean, what good does it do the prosecution to call them other than the fact that they have to acknowledge it if it's out there?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can't ignore it if you have proof of people being there hours before law enforcement.
That's where I have a problem with it, because if they're there that early, how are they keeping it from Ethan's brother and sister?
It depends on who was there.
Because it seems like if there was anybody from the Sigma Chi, or just anybody in general, they would have gotten in touch with Hunter and Maisie, and that one of them, if they would have gotten there earlier, they would have 911 would have been called earlier.
Well, yeah, if they would have known about it, then it would have been called earlier. But I mean, I don't know. I really don't. All I know is that camera that caught his car should catch other people there also, if it happened.
Yeah,
Wait,
I'd love to know what they have on camera.
The camera's pointing at the house, yes.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, like we talked about earlier before Big Al was here, with Olivia Goncalves doing the finding the camera before law enforcement did. That if she found that good chances are they watched that whole night worth of video, and they would know if kids were there way before law enforcement was called also.
That is true. I mean, it would have showed everything that from the time that the girls got home, possibly whatever it showed maybe before that. If anybody else showed up at the house before Kaylee and Maddie got home.
Sure, it's got the DoorDash driver on it too.
I just wonder how long that video is. Like, did they give her just a part?
I'm sure that at that point, nobody really knew what happened. So I'm sure if they gave them the video enough for them to see when the girls got home, that they gave them everything they had.
I mean, yeah, they probably know a lot more than we do.
Yeah.
See, I'm sure Dylan did not call nobody over there until 11:45, 11:50, and then they called 911 minutes later at 11:58. Betty Joe, I haven't seen any proof that anybody was over there that early in the morning. I would have thought that there would have been screenshots of all these messages and all that was said to be going around.
Yeah, but we wouldn't have it.
But how did
No,
it not leak?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It seems like there would have been like a screenshot of it with the date and the time and all that on it, but we haven't seen any. But police did say in that document that I read tonight that, or well, Ann Taylor said that all of their, when they're the ones that they took the DNA or whatever, they also took their phones and downloaded their phones. So
I think that's step one these days.
if there was any screenshots on there, they might have deleted them off, and that's why there wasn't any that's leaked. And if they took any pictures inside that house, they probably deleted them. Well, not probably. They did. They weren't going to leave those on their phone.
Yeah, but if all that's, let's just say that somebody took pictures, right? Because if you have your phone connected to your cloud, when you take a picture, like I take pictures at work and stuff all day, and when I get home, they're already on my computer because they go to the cloud, and then my computer gets them. So would they have had to have gone and checked all their cloud history and find out where those pictures would have ended up going?
I would think so, huh? Just to make sure that there's no way at all that they could get leaked out. Because you know how kids are these days.
Oh yeah, I know that.
I don't know if legally, I don't think they could delete anything.
You don't think? Not even if they took pictures?
Well, they could probably tell them, I need you to delete that. And if you don't, this is what you could be charged with.
Yeah.
But I do believe that there were people at that house that were not there when law enforcement arrived. I believe there was people there that left before law enforcement got there.
And I think there was probably a lot of people there when the 911 call was made that might have left before the cops got there. I just don't know if the 9:30 thing.
I don't know about,
I just don't know about that.
Like I'm saying, if they were, then there's a possibility that they're also on camera. So
right. Yeah, because that camera next door would have picked them up.
I mean, I don't know if there's any cameras showing anything at the back of the house, but obviously not, or else they'd have video of who fled through the back.
Yeah, that would have been in a timeline of seeing him, like the time that this person went out the back door, and they would have possibly. Well, I mean, they would have had him on camera then, like him, the actual perpetrator, on camera.
Exactly. So I don't think there was anything in the back of the house.
And if wherever he parked at, if the camera was pointing at the door or just towards that parking lot where the apartments are, anything like that, they would have had him getting out of his car. They would have had the way that he went to the back door and went in the house and leaving out of the back door. Like, so they would have actually had him on camera. And the way they're talking, they don't have the actual person who did this on camera. Unless they have it and they're keeping it because of the gag order.
Yeah, they're certainly not alluding to it publicly.
Because
not
they
even
don't
hinting.
No, because they don't. Even when they were looking for the car, they always said that they were looking for the occupant or occupants of the car because we believe that they have crucial information. Well, they never said if it was a male or female or one person or two people, 2 male, 2 female. They didn't say anything like that. They didn't even give any type of description of the people in the car, or even let us see a screenshot of the video of the actual car. So it's almost like they don't even have him on video anywhere to prove that it's him in that car. And I never understood that. Why would they not release the actual car to the public if you're wanting the public to help you find the car.
Yeah, that didn't make sense.
You know, we need y'all's help to look for a 2011 to 2013 white Hyundai Elantra, but we're not going to show you the actual picture of it. We're just going to show you a stock picture of it.
Tell you what I'd really love to be able to do is take a drive around that neighborhood
Mm-hmm.
and just look for Ring doorbells and Ring cameras.
Yeah, I wonder how many of them were put up after this happened, though.
Probably a lot.
I would assume.
Before they called him, I'm sure a lot.
I found something out about Ring cameras the other day that I didn't know. Anytime there's motion in front of one of those Ring cameras, it's stored in the cloud.
Okay, do you remember them saying that the camera, I don't know what camera it was, but there was a camera that was triggered by a cat?
Yeah.
And
Well,
I don't know.
Mike could trigger raccoons all the time.
So I don't know if I don't know why that was even brought up, but something about the cat, it got triggered by the cat, and I don't know if that's why it started recording when it did. And once it heard the noise or whatever it was, it just kept recording or what it was. But I remember that being said.
Yeah, see, on my DVR, I can set up my outdoor cameras to if there's motion, it'll indefinitely save the video until the motion stops. And I actually have that set up during certain hours of the day for certain cameras. And it bites me in the ass sometimes if I get a raccoon or there's a deer back there. Or
Right.
Bears have set it off a couple times where I'll get a text at 4 a.m. and it wakes me up. I'm like, oh shit! Oh, it's a raccoon.
Yeah, that's what this was. It was something to do with a cat setting it off or whatever. Let's see, what's the biggest? So Jay Clark wants to know, what is the biggest question right now in this case?
Why didn't Bethany call law enforcement?
I agree.
The 8-hour gap.
The 8-hour gap for me is number one. Number two would be DNA. And number three would be video of the house.
Dylan.
I think, why didn't they call 911 would be my first. Regarding the DNA, because that's such a broad thing, I want to know who the 3 unidentified males are that their DNA was found.
I just want everything DNA. Anything that has anything to do with DNA. I want to know what it all means. That's too much to ask.
I would also want to know the motive. Like,
I don't know that you ever get a straight answer on that. So
probably not.
I mean, if it's true that he had DM'd any of them like it's being alluded to, or he had, followed whoever he's followed, if he tried to DM them, if he's done it more than once, and what those DMs said, you could probably derive a motive out of that.
I would just,
especially if some of his DMs said something like, hey, you never get back to me, but I saw you at work today and you look really hot, something like that. That means that
that's creep level 10 right there.
Well, I mean,
you got the balls to send that to a girl, you are like creep level 10.
Well, honestly, I think that would probably be another thing. What Jay Clark was asking, one of the biggest questions is all of the stuff that we are hearing, like throughout the whole case, that we think is possibly rumors. Are they actually true or not? Like, who is the sources?
Oh, well.
There's that word again, sources.
I mean, I would love to know who the sources are that is giving all this information. Honestly.
The sources have been outsourced.
That's a good one.
My source outsources to different sources, and they don't need to divulge who those sources are.
But y'all can't say that y'all. Hey, Candace, how are you? Y'all can't tell me y'all wouldn't like to know who the sources are. and where they're
Oh,
getting
I'd
their
love to know.
information from.
Just to smack him in the head.
That's another thing that you get the information and you don't know how if it's going to be true.
Sally
Even
Mae,
if
did she really?
What?
Wait, Sally Mae said Banfield confessed that her source is JLR. Did she really confess that?
Oh my gosh.
oh boy,
Well, she better start looking for another job.
Jay Clark said, what rumors are you specifically talking about? Jay Clark, any rumors. Anything that has came out that came from a source. Okay, not nothing that's been put in these documents and all that. I want something that has been put out by the media from a source. I want to know who their sources are.
Oh. Yeah, I'd like to know who Dateline got their information from.
Yes, especially about
Pfizer.
Kohberger's sister, if she really told her family that.
Oh yeah, that would be great. But I don't put it past her because that's what she does. Like I said, I used to follow her, and she's.
So you think she might have that if she had the chance and possibly knew that he could have done this, she would have snitched on him?
I think that. Well, I don't know if she'd have snitched on him. But I mean, for what they said, a possibility of her bringing it up to the family. Yeah, I mean, she grew up with this guy. She knows his little games, quirks, or whatever, or his personality, because that's what she specialized in. She knows his personality, and then putting 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 together with where it happened, with the things he's into and his personality, and knowing him since he was born,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and seeing how his mannerisms or his attitude or his his thought process has changed. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't. She's a bright girl.
I gotta put something on the record. I have a prediction.
Okay.
Regardless of what happens in this case, guilty, not guilty, everything else aside, I'm predicting right now that Kohberger's sister is either going to write a book or make a movie or both.
Which
about
sister?
this.
Well, one of them,
the one that already made the one
movie.
Movie.
I don't think that's not the one that I'm talking about, though.
That's Amanda, I believe.
Yeah, I'm just making a prediction for the case.
Really?
I
wait,
meant to say
isn't
something
Amanda
about that
the one
last
that
couple
played in the
times.
movie?
I don't. Amanda's the one that I think that I'm pretty sure I followed on Facebook. Not Facebook. The one that I followed on YouTube. Her YouTube channel was really good when it came to personalities and how, how they act and stuff like that.
Okay, so Amanda's the one that was an actress. She played in a 2011 movie.
What's the other one's name?
Melissa is the one that is in the medical field.
Yeah, I think the actress one is going to either do a book or a movie or both. Because he's not going to be able to cash in on this.
No.
It's going to be another situation like OJ, but who's to say she can't?
Can you imagine, though, seriously? Let's just use Amanda for an example.
OJ can cash in. He was found not guilty.
Yeah, I think he can if you're
not
found.
Civilly, he wasn't.
Civilly,
he lost every penny he had.
Okay, so let's say, just imagine if this happens. And I'm not saying it's going
Chad
to.
Can't even put 2 and 2 together. I mean, I'm in Vegas and I have an alien. Who do you think was in that guy's backyard a couple weeks ago?
Wait, in whose backyard?
The guys that said that an alien landed in their backyard in Vegas a couple weeks ago.
Oh, didn't. Okay, I know who you're talking about now. Let's see. It's late. Now, Sally Mae, you're fine, honey. I really did thought. I thought you were serious about the News Nation source. Anyway, just imagine if this happened, though. Let's just say the whole sister thing, talking to the family and telling the family that. Let's just say that it's the youngest sister. And she's the one that plays in the movies. And then it turns out to be true. Bryan goes to jail. He gets convicted for it and all this and that. She turns around and makes a movie, like y'all were saying, or writes a book about it and cashes in on what he did.
Well, she did lose her job, so she needs to recoup some money. Allegedly.
Right. Because I'm wondering if that's even true. Because how could legally, how could they fire either one of them just because they're connected to him?
If it's a right to work state, they don't really need a reason.
Welcome to Minnesota. You get
Welcome
fired
to
for
Nevada.
anything in Minnesota. Don't need a reason to
Oh,
fire in
wow.
Minnesota. You're going to lose your unemployment claim most likely as an employer, but you can fire somebody for anything.
Well, that would kind of suck, though. I mean, because technically they didn't have anything to do with it. They're only kin to him, unfortunately.
Yeah. But if it's bringing negative light on a company just because of the situation.
Well, that could be it, too.
I mean,
But
the
I
guy
mean,
sitting at the top counting the money sees a drop in money, and that's the only thing that happened. And the greedy owner is there, and they don't care that you're innocent until proven guilty. They care that they just lost $500.
You're guilty by
You're
association.
done. It's next. They're not going to lose any more money. People are too greedy.
that is true.
Especially
Standing
going
up and
through-
doing the right thing is a very expensive thing these days for a business owner.
Especially after everybody went through the COVID bullshit.
Yep. The canceling, the COVID, the destruction of businesses through social media. I mean, it ain't easy running a business right now in this country. That's for sure.
Well,
Look at Bud Light. There's a funeral for Bud Light next week.
Yeah.
You can be canceled right out of business in a moment's notice.
Well, all I know is if she comes out and makes a movie or writes a book, it's going to be interesting.
Yep. But I'm calling it. I wanted to put it on record because nobody's said it yet. I think she will.
If she does, I would read the book just to see her perspective of it. Yeah, of how she sees the whole thing and all that.
I guess it would be, how she writing the book, from what angle?
Yeah,
from a sympathy angle or from a real angle?
Either way, it's all it translates to is honey buns and phone calls for Bryan.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, if she would write it from an angle that to get people to feel sorry for her because she's Bryan Kohberger's sister.
No, not sorry.
I wouldn't read it.
No, I mean, what if she's writing the book to try to point out everything that she thinks makes him innocent? Or is she going to write the book? If she wrote the book off of her true feelings and she actually did bring that up to the family, I don't think her parents are going to be very happy.
No, probably not.
Hell no.
Her putting that out to the public that that was true.
Yeah, and she probably, knowing her, I mean, the name of the book would be Growing Up with a Psychopath.
I could totally see that title. But I wonder what kind of relationship he had with his sisters.
I don't know.
He's the baby of the family.
Yeah. I still want to go talk.
I'm the baby of the family, and I grew up with two sisters, and they beat the shit out of me. So
that's what I'm saying. So, like, did they pick on him and I'm not gonna say bully him because that's a sibling type thing, but
right?
Did that go on in their family?
But aren't they like? They're not close in age, though.
I think the oldest daughter is 10 years older than Bryan, and the youngest one, I believe, is 8 years older than him.
Yeah, so it's not like they were really ever at school together or they were ever around the same kind of age group of people or friends or whatever.
No, but just the fact of by the time he gets 8 years old, you got one that's 16 and one that's 18. Mm-hmm. That's right at the age that you start picking on your brothers and sisters. If you're older, you don't want to do it when they're real little, but
right.
So I
Well, I
wonder
mean,
if
at that
I
much of
wonder if
an
they
age
did.
difference, I wouldn't be surprised if they were more nurturing towards him. You know what I'm saying? Unless they'd had enough of him being coddled as a little brat, but I don't think his parents were really like that.
I can
From
seriously see him though, 8, 19 years old, running in the room, aggravating the shit out of them, and them getting upset with him.
oh yeah, I
Oh
mean
yeah, sisters can
everybody.
throw heavy things when you annoy them when you're young. I've been hit in the head with a lot of shit.
Rosie asked a good question. She said, "That's what I wondered. Was he also a creeper to his sisters?"
Ooh,
Well, you got to remember he was a totally different personality before he lost all that weight.
That
yeah,
is
he
true
was a
too.
fat kid until
He was a
what?
fat kid that got picked on, was probably quiet, and didn't have his own voice, and
And they
was
probably liked him better like that. Honestly, like I said, that they may have been more nurturing towards him.
well. It sounds like he turned into more of a dick when he
Well, he
lost the
did.
weight.
Well, I mean, the alleged friends that came out right after he was arrested, the one girl that said her brother was good friends with him, and then some other kid said that, when he was the fat kid, he would still belittle people and bully them more in verbal ways. But then when he lost the weight and started, getting more confidence, he started getting more physical also.
Right.
Yeah,
And it seems like during the time he lost the weight, and they're saying that the drug habit started, that's when he changed.
yeah. Jay Clark, we're not trying to establish motive by his past. We're just discussing his
Yeah.
past.
No, because I mean, how could he have a motive from his past to do something now?
I mean, maybe he witnessed something when he was younger and never said anything to anybody.
That would justify him killing four people? Now, I mean, I could see the whole being rejected thing by
Mm-hmm.
girls that
Yeah,
started maybe in when he was a teenager and kept going even into his college years.
Right.
I could
I
see
mean,
that, but
maybe he knew. I mean, this is all speculation. So, I mean, maybe he knew somebody that he grew up with that might have been a little bit older, and he knew all the crappy things this person did, but he saw how everybody treated that person, and it didn't correlate to the shitty things that this person does, and he wanted those things, that person had. So, I wish we could talk to his sister because whether we were talking about him or not, I guarantee you she knows what personality he has and
oh,
he
for
is.
sure.
And so she could talk not about him specifically, but she could
Mhm.
definitely talk about that personality and that person, all the traits, good and bad, that personality has. That's the
Right.
things that she got into on her YouTube channel.
Be interesting.
Yeah, I know she would never agree to a conversation, even, but I mean, without specifically talking about your brother, do you know what his what his personality profile is? Yes, I do. Okay, could you just talk to me about the people that have that personality profile?
Right.
Not about him. I don't
Yeah,
need any
because I
particulars.
don't think she would ever like if she
No.
was to do an interview. I don't think she would ever come out and talk bad about him. Just
Oh no, she may. She may.
you think she
But
would though? Because what? Because I mean, even if let's just say she doesn't have that great of a relationship with her brother, I don't think she would just because of her mom and dad.
right.
You know,
But
to kind of protect them and not upset them and all that.
yeah. I wish her channel was still there because she had a lot of good stuff on it.
Did she take it down after?
Yes.
Okay, that's probably why because of all this going on.
Yeah.
She was probably getting bombarded with messages and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
That's a word. Yeah, bombarded. That's probably about half of it. I'm sure it was Nagasaki.
Yeah.
True.
Hiroshima.
They're picking her page. They were picking every single thing on that page apart. I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure the questions that were being asked were,
Yeah, the digital mob is pretty harsh, man.
oh yeah, especially when they can just hide behind a monitor.
Oh yeah, keyboard warriors, they're tough people.
Candace said, "Is Amanda is okay? Is that the one that was helping her parents out of the vehicle and into the courthouse, covering their faces, or was that Melissa?" Honestly,
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, the one that had the channel, I'm pretty sure is not the one that did the movie. So she must have been. I don't know. I can't remember her first name.
I just know it was Amanda and then Melissa, but
Right.
I don't. I want to say that was Amanda that was with the parents at court when Bryan was arrested in Pennsylvania. Because the other sister lives in Jersey. And I mean, she still could have came to Pennsylvania to go to court with them and all that. But I want to say that was Amanda that was helping them.
Yeah, I don't.
And Amanda's also the one that everybody thought was at the house with Ann Taylor filming. And I don't think that was her. I don't think they would allow the defendant's family members into the crime scene.
No.
I just don't see that happening.
Even if she was a lawyer and was going to defend him, I don't know. I mean, I guess at that point they would, but
would she even be allowed to defend him though?
Well, I mean,
I would think that'd be a clear
Kardashian was OJ, one of OJ's best friends, and he got to be on that defense.
Yeah, but you're talking about a blood relative.
Yeah, I don't think I don't know. I don't think a sister would be able to. A friend possibly, but I don't think a friend. I mean, a sister. And I don't believe they would have allowed her to go into that crime scene.
Well, I hate to do it, but before I pass out and start snoring into this mic and just ruining everyone's experience, I'm going to call it a night.
Okay.
I'm dead ass tired. So you guys have a great night.
All right, Big Al, take it easy.
I will catch y'all tomorrow, hopefully.
Okay. Well, have a good night.
All right, you as well.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
I'm probably about to get out of here myself.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say I'm starting to get a little tired, but yeah, I keep, these nights that I miss some of these lives, I come home from work and then I usually grab something to eat and then I lay down and take a nap before you start. Mm-hmm. And like last night, I didn't get to lay down until like 7:45 and I'm like, oh, I only got an hour. I'll set my alarm. But I never heard my alarm go off and I woke up at 12:45.
Oh, wow.
And then I'm like, oh, I'm so far behind. Forget it. But then I can't go back to sleep and I'm up till 4:00 in the morning when I got to get up at 5:30. So it's a pain in the ass sometimes.
Right. Yep, I know how that is. Kids on the band field sure did that. Tonka, yes, the one boy did have bushy eyebrows. Like really, really bushy eyebrows. It's a wonder. You know what? I think I do have that dude's name somewhere in my mountain of notebooks of notes. Because I believe he's in Sigma Chi, the boy with the bushy eyebrows. Next court date, Jay Clark, is the 27th of June. They have some motion hearings that they're going to take care of. Okay, so then there's an unknown male's DNA on the bed sheets. Okay, it's possible. It's going to be interesting to see if it does come out who those 3 unidentified male DNA sources belong to. Anything? Jay Clark, they only amended it which I did read over the amended document that came out today. They did come out with a document regarding the cameras in the courtroom, and as of right now, the judge says that he is going to continue to allow the cameras in the courtroom, and he is just going to see how the case unfolds, and at any time, he can change the order to no cameras. So hopefully everybody will be on their best behavior and won't make the judge change his mind and take the cameras out of the courtroom.
Somebody will mess it up on purpose. Somebody that doesn't want the cameras in there.
I hope not. And as of right now, it's still going to be Court TV's cameras or camera in there. So I don't know. Hopefully they'll get everything straightened out, and whatever evidence the state is supposed to give to the defense, they give it to them in a timely manner to where this doesn't push the case back or cause something to happen where the case gets dismissed. Because that's like the main thing that I'm worried about. Like if this dude is the one who done it and the state has all this evidence that they can get a conviction, why not just give it to her? I mean, it's her job to go through it and find it, yeah, but it's also her job to defend him. And that's all she's trying to do. So just give it to her so it doesn't cause any more problems within the case. Yes, Jake Clark, they were, but he denied Shannon Gray's thing, and he denied the media coalition stuff that they were doing too. He denied both of them. Let's see. I've never seen fake eyebrows. I've seen fake eyelashes. I don't know if they have fake eyebrows. Candace, I believe that was the FBI that was putting all the stuff into CODIS. Tad, have a wonderful night. Let's see, will you cover any of those previous cases kids killed? Just Anne, yes, I was actually going to talk about it tonight until all of these documents dropped. So if nothing comes out tomorrow, which I doubt anything new is going to come out on Saturday, then I'll probably talk about that one tomorrow night, about the little boys and all that, because he went to court today. See, will Vicar Barlow show up in court? Family and friends, that I don't know. They could possibly be there by Zoom. But, well, I don't know, because she didn't put in anything for them to be on Zoom like she did before for Miss Masseth. So I don't know. They may show up. They may help her argue the point on the DNA stuff and the motion to compel and why they need it. Let's see. This last document was a serious compel for discovery. She has basically said if you don't hand over discovery we were asking for, then you don't have it, and it's all bullshit. That seems just like I don't know, like a lot of playing going on, honestly.
I mean, you would think that the prosecution knows the rules, right?
I mean, yeah, 30 years as a DA.
You would hope that this guy has given her what he knows he's supposed to. And hopefully, if the judge finds out that, he's already done what he's supposed to and she's just playing games like she probably does, by asking for stuff that she knows that the prosecution doesn't have to give her, but she wants it anyway, and so she's going to keep asking for stuff, and hopefully the judge will eventually come out and say something.
Seems like that's what's going to happen. Elizabeth, give me just 1 second, honey, and I'll see if I can find the date for you. It seems like that's what's going to happen Tuesday. He's going to end up having to address it because she's taking this motion to compel thing.
Mhm.
She's taking it before the judge on Tuesday on the 27th. Hold on, I'm just looking up when Sarah Boone's trial starts. Elizabeth, you're very welcome. Okay. Okay, so the trial is now scheduled to begin on July the 24th of 2023.
For who?
Sarah Boone, she's the one that her and her boyfriend were playing hide and seek, and she
Oh,
zipped
she
him
put
up
him
in
in a suitcase.
a suitcase. Yeah. So that one's supposed to start in July. Gigi, have a good night. So that's going to be another interesting one. I got to get some more information on that case. I don't have a whole lot on it.
I watched something on it. I don't remember what it. I watched something on that case, and it just seems like a load of crap what she's trying to sell.
Yeah, she seems a little loony. Let's see. What I want to know is why there are 3 DNA profiles unknown. Why didn't they send them for genetic testing as well? Paula, that's. I think that's what Ann's wanting to know. Why are they still unidentified?
Well, maybe they have a DNA profile off of those, but it's not a match to anybody in CODIS or anybody that they've,
Yeah,
anybody
I
that
think
they've
they
gotten
said that.
DNA from.
I think they put it through CODIS. I believe that's what it said, and there wasn't any hit for them.
So it's not like they haven't had it tested. They just don't know who it belongs to.
Yeah, they did the whole. Oh shit! What is it called? Oh, hold on. I talked about it the other night. There was so many acronyms that I was saying the other night, but it's the one. Oh, what is it? Is it STR? Was that it? I think that's what it is. STR DNA.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, STR DNA. So they got that. That's how they knew that it was a male source of DNA.
Right.
And then they threw it. They ran it through CODIS, and there was no hits on any of them.
Probably belongs to one of those college students that was there in the morning.
And they wasn't there when the police got there, so they couldn't get their name or their phones or their DNA or anything else.
Yeah, I mean, all of that should have already been gone through. Like I said, if they have video and they can count, oh well, I see 8 people out front and only 3 were there when we got there. I would be questioning those people, saying, who were the other 5 that were here?
Right.
We know they were here. We'll find them eventually.
What's going to be interesting though is the glove, the DNA on the glove.
But that was a week later. How many people picked that thing up? Who knows if it was in a bush in the apartment building and somebody.
But it seems like if it was a cop that was wearing it, that cop, wouldn't they have their DNA on file already?
Yeah.
So they would have, like when they ran it through something, they would have automatically got a hit back on who it was, and that cop could have been like, "Oh yeah, that was I must have dropped my glove or whatever."
I mean, if that glove doesn't have blood on the outside of it, what's the point?
Yes, I wish I knew. I wish they would have said like what type of DNA.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is they got the DNA from the inside of the glove on the person that was wearing it. But if it doesn't have a victim in the house, have their blood on the outside of it, what's the relevance?
I don't know. It's just, I guess, the fact that it's got an unidentified male DNA source on it at a crime scene, at a murder scene.
Just because it was a glove, did they vacuum up every leaf that was in the backyard to see?
I think that, and I'm just thinking, if I was a defense attorney and I was defending someone on a murder charge like this, I would want to know if they find a glove and it has DNA on it, I want to know whose DNA that is.
Yeah.
But that's just me trying to think from that point of view. Now, if I'm a defense attorney, I may go try and find out whose DNA it belongs to. But if I didn't think they had anything to do with the murder, then I wouldn't worry about it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But I would still have that name because as a defense attorney, you also want to check all of your leads. You want to, okay, we have a glove with an unidentified male DNA source on it that was at a quadruple homicide. We need to see who this source belongs to and check them out and see if they could have had anything to do with it. Even though we have someone in jail, we need to cross all of our T's and dot all of our I's.
Right.
So just as a standpoint of either side, they really, honestly, should have checked in and tried to get the DNA got a match to it.
I understand what Tonka's saying. He wants to know what the DNA, who the DNA belongs to on the bed sheets. But the problem with that is that you can't tell me when that DNA got there, and you can't reasonably assume that it was from the perpetrator because.
But it still would come into a thing, though.
No,
it was in the
immediate
side.
crime scene.
Right.
And yeah, I would still want to know who it was. I mean, because I'm kind of fighting both sides at the same time, but I mean, it's just the way it goes. The thought process is it starts out one, it goes another, and it'll go back the other way. But if I'm a defense attorney, I want to know who it belongs to. And yeah, maybe it belongs to, somebody who was at the party, but that person would have been probably a known, it would have been a known, person in the age group or somebody that hangs around with their groups, even if they weren't personally known. I mean, to be in Maddie's room, I would hope that you were the known person to her. But if it comes back to somebody that was completely unknown, not a college student, as, a grown adult, that's where I would start questioning who the hell is this person? And then you need to really look into that person. But I mean, if it comes back to, I think my opinion is that possibly one of those DNA deposits on her sheets possibly could be from Jake. Isn't that her boyfriend?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jake. And then, the other one could be from anybody that was there at a party. But yeah, you still want to know who they are.
Right. And they had a party the night before the murders happened.
Right.
And so it could have been anybody who
and
went
what kind
into
of DNA
Maddie's
was
room.
Is it actual
They
fluid?
never
I mean, it could
they
be
never said. So.
Right. I mean, how many people did she hug at the corner club that night and then take her jacket off or her sweatshirt off and throw it on the bed?
Because, we know at the grub truck she hugged the guy that had the number 9 jersey on.
Right.
And everybody was calling him number 9.
Right. So what kind of DNA is it? Another touch DNA source, like from the knife sheath? Because I mean, according to
it don't say
experts,
any of that. It just says that's unidentified male source.
Right. So it could have been anybody she hugged that night, took her shirt off, and threw it on the bed.
Right.
Until we know what kind of source it is. I mean, and that could be, good luck finding people like that if that's the way you can, if you're going to be able to spread DNA like that.
Yeah,
it
because
could be completely innocent and you'll still never find it.
It could be, honestly, it could be anybody who was in that house the night before that.
You could brush against somebody. You could, anything.
Yeah. Let's see. It doesn't make sense to disqualify one specimen. And Tonka, I agree. I think if they have unidentified DNA at a crime scene like this, they need to be. It is the prosecution's job to find out who all was there. If it's through DNA or through video or whatever, it's their job to find out everybody who was there and check into those people. That's their job.
Is it acceptable, though, if they can't find whose DNA it is?
Well, I mean,
run
it through like they did Bryan's and build a family tree and do what they had to do just like they did with Bryan.
What if there's nothing, though? I mean, nobody knows whether or not they've done this. They obviously ran the DNA or they wouldn't have a profile. So it's like they started to do their job. We don't know how far they got along in it, though.
I mean, no, we don't know, but I'm just looking at it as, I guess, from a defendant's point of view, but then also like the defense attorney's point of view as well.
Right.
I would want it. I would want to know everybody where when they put that police tape up, you're you're outlining the crime scene.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody that was inside of that tape at one point in time around after the murders happened, or even before, if
Well,
that we can get DNA, I want to know who they are, so I can go back and.
that means that there's thousands of people you need to get DNA from.
Well, if that's the case, then I would want to know who they are so I can go find out where they were at the night of the murders. It's investigative work. That's the law enforcement's job.
Right. But I mean, there's got to be a limit to how far you can go with that. I mean,
Because what if one of those three unidentified male DNA sources is another person who was in the house helping
oh,
Bryan do the murders?
I understand the theory behind it, but I'm saying that, there's not an answer for everything. No matter how hard you look for it,
Give me 5 minutes. I can come up with an answer.
That doesn't mean it's correct. When it comes to
Technically, yes,
DNA
it does.
in your house,
I'm thinking from a parent's point of view too. If this was my child that was in that house and this happened to them, I don't give a damn if you found 1,000 DNA profiles. I want to know who they are, and I want to know where they were at the night that at the time that this happened to my child.
Okay, so say you're the prosecution, and now you've been put under a time crunch because he hasn't waived his right to a speedy trial as of yet. So don't you have to prioritize what's logical and what is possibly not? And just because they, if they've looked and they can't find a match for that, where do you go from there in your time period?
I do it the same way I did it for the suspect that I have in.
What if they did do it? That doesn't. I mean, they got lucky that somebody in his family did that.
According to the prosecution, it was like hundreds of people. I mean, not everybody's going to submit their DNA to one of those genealogical sites, but I'm pretty sure if you could take each person, let's 184 people in the chat right now, and you submit all of their DNA to one of those genealogical sites, I guarantee you every single one of those will have a family member who submitted theirs.
Yeah,
that's how popular it is.
My daughter did it, and I almost.
See what I'm saying?
I would have. If I'd have known about it, I would have thrown it in the trash.
I mean, I've made sure that I tell my kids, whatever you do, don't do it. But I'm just saying, there's probably in my family, there's probably dummies who did it.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, 186 people, I guarantee if you were to submit every one of them's DNA to one of those genealogical sites, they're going to get a hit back from one of their family members, whether they know them or not. So as a prosecutor, if I have 4 kids who have been murdered and I have unidentified DNA, I'm going to do what I need to do to get those unidentified as identified to find out who they are. So then I can go and place that person, like, where were you at the night of the murders?
Well, that's what I'm not saying that they're not doing their job. What I'm saying is, what if they've exhausted the avenues they have to find it and they still just haven't found it?
I mean, then provide that to Ann Taylor.
Well, that's what maybe they have. Hey, we can't find it. Be my guest if you think that you have
because
another
at that
idea,
point,
please do, because I'm just as interested in you are as you are.
If that's what they've done and they can't find it, and just be like, okay, look, this is, give her everything that they tried to do to find the people, and say, if you want to go try to find them, go ahead.
And her retort would probably be, it's not my job to do your job.
True. But then I would have to come back and say, okay, well, I've exhausted everything that I could possibly do as me being a prosecuting attorney, and the police has done it and everything else. So if
If you're
now
not
we're passing it over
satisfied,
to you,
yeah, if you're not satisfied, have at it.
right? Because if you can, I know that a person can only go so far, and if they come to a dead end, then they. I mean, what else can they do besides give that what they've already done to the defense?
Yeah. I mean, we've all said this before. If he didn't do it, we want the person that did it, and that's
Yes,
100%. I don't I don't give a shit about Bryan Kohberger. If he did it, I want him to be prosecuted. If he didn't do it, I want to know he didn't do it.
right.
I'm not persecuting him because he's the one in jail and law enforcement says this and that. I want to know who did it. But in my opinion, from what I've seen, he's the one that did it. Now,
I
until
just
I see something that tells me different,
right.
I mean, I don't. But I definitely am not stuck on well, they said he did it, so he did it. No, I mean, if you can show me evidence or anything that points to that he didn't do it, I want to know about it because I
Right.
don't. I, I mean, yeah,
I
he
I
might be
think
a social misfit, but I don't. I don't. I'm not about prosecuting somebody for something they didn't do.
right, and I think everybody in here all has the same uh, thing that we all want the same thing, and that is to get justice for Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan and their families.
Definitely. Yeah,
And
it would
and
be
so if he's not the person who did this, and they can prove that, okay, if they go to court and they can't prove he did it, what do you do then? I mean, you only have he gets a not guilty thing.
well
You know what I'm saying?
if
But if they
if they have
prove
proof
it,
yeah. I mean,
you know,
if you just want him convicted and sentenced to death because he's the one that they've pointed the finger at, then you're doing a
you
disservice to the four
yeah.
victims and their families.
I
And
I've said it a million times. If they're gonna whether they're going for the death penalty or they're going for life in prison, they need to be 1,000% sure that this is the person who done it. Because either way, this dude, if he's convicted, his life is gone.
mhm.
Whether it's death row or it's life in prison, his life is still gone. His family don't have him anymore. So they need to be 1,000% sure that he is the person who done it.
And to
Now,
be quite honest, if Bethany did come out, just hypothetically, if Bethany came out and said, I was ashamed of everything, but yeah, I was with him that night and we weren't at the house.
mhm,
What do you think the percentage of people would be that say that's bullshit? I don't believe her.
probably a lot. Because I mean, honestly, if she was to come out and say that, they're not just going to be they're more than likely they're not going to just take her word. She's going to have to somehow
Prove
prove
it. How
that.
do you prove it? I mean, it's like, how can you prove everything you've done in your life if somebody was to come back and question something you did 10 years ago or 2 years ago on a certain date and time? You can't
It's,
prove any of that.
I mean, she wouldn't be able to prove it with pictures or videos from that night because the police have then taken all of their phones and downloaded everything. So if that would have been the case and she would have been with him that night and took a picture or a video, the police already have it. So they would know that she's his alibi.
I mean,
So I don't know what.
this is what I'm saying. I mean, there's, I mean, I just don't believe there's 100% way to prove anything, even if it's on video. I mean, you can put a whole bunch of circumstantial evidence and physical evidence and everything together to make it seem that it's a very highly probability that this is what happened. But
Mm,
unless you see it with your own eyes, and half the people that see something with their own eyes still get it wrong.
right.
If you see something with your own eyes, or you're not part of the situation, I don't think you can ever be 100% sure.
True.
So I don't know. It's just
I mean, it's the state has the burden of proof. They're going to just have to come out. They're going to have to uh, lay their evidence out before the jury and just
yeah.
whatever they got and present it to them and do the best they can to prove that he's the person who done it. I just, I still think the three unidentified DNA, and like you said, they may already know who they belong to, and just Anne doesn't know at the time that she wrote that out, that they know who it is, but if she's entitled to that to help defend her client, they need to give it to her, and quit all this them bickering back and forth. And if she asks for something and they have to give it to her, give it to her. And both sides do their job. Let the defense or the state present the evidence to the jury and let her defend him, because I mean, in America, you are entitled to a fair and impartial jury trial. And he has a right to a public defender.
I think that might have been the way it used to be. I don't think that there's a fair and impartial anything anymore. I think people go into any situation
One-sided.
I think, yeah, and then maybe not one-sided, but jaded by things they've gone through in their life, and when something could trigger them or not.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not gonna. My personal opinion is his mannerisms and his everything I've seen of him tells me he did it. That's my opinion, but
I still think there was somebody else. And I don't know why I have that gut feeling.
I don't think anybody that premeditated a crime like this would involve anybody else, especially with his so-called background in criminology. I sure as hell know I wouldn't.
I mean, and I wouldn't either, because I'd be too worried about they'd snitch on me.
Wait, yeah.
But I don't know why I have that feeling that there's somebody else involved, whether they're the getaway driver or
But they would still
what.
they would know what happened though.
Right. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean,
yeah.
they wouldn't, maybe, unless he told them the details of what happened in the house, but they would know that he did it.
Yeah. Whether he told them, it doesn't matter whether he told them the details. The fact of the matter is within 24 hours, they found out what happened in that house.
Right. Let's see, what would he use his own car? I still don't get the him bringing his phone, because he didn't have to. It's not like he didn't know his way there. You know what I'm saying? It's not like he needed his phone for GPS or anything like that. So
he did need his phone. He did need his phone for where he went afterwards, and that's why it came back on when he went down south. I'm going to assume that he didn't know that route.
But that was later on that day, though.
No, it was right when he left. Remember when he left the crime scene, allegedly, his phone came back on. Remember, he went down south and then he crossed.
He made like a loop around.
Yeah, but it was like a good bunch of miles down south before he came back up.
But okay, so if you're, because just my opinion anyway, I think Bryan has control issues. Okay, and
he's what?
Control issues, and I think he's OCD. And
I think everybody in his classes would attest to that.
And when you're OCD and you have control issues, everything has to be perfect. So if he was planning this out, wouldn't he have known that trip that he took like the back of his hand?
I don't know. I mean, because maybe that wasn't a plan. Maybe that wasn't planned. But you know how it is. I mean, everybody's got a plan until you get smacked in the mouth. And when he got in that house and gotten...
Well, yeah, because maybe the plan wasn't for 4 people.
Exactly. I think that it never was for 4 people. I think Xana and Ethan basically just
wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, they just walked right into it. Whether one of them walked into it and the other one got involved, I mean, Yeah, I think that if both of them, my theory is that one of them, probably Xana, was out of the room doing something, and that's when the whole thing got, turned sideways.
Mhm.
Because if both of them would have been out of the room and he would have walked into him, I think there would have been a bigger problem for him.
Right.
But when he got the jump on one of them, the other one, I believe Ethan was either dozing off or laying in the bed or whatever. That's just my opinion how it happened. I think he got Xana, and Ethan kind of either woke up or didn't get involved in it until it was, already
Right.
in, him and Xana were already going at it.
Yeah.
Because if he'd had encountered both of them when he came down the steps, I think there would have been a big problem for him. Because I don't think that he would have been able to get both of them if they'd have both been aware of the situation.
Yeah, if they would have both been fully awake and
Yeah.
coherent and all that, yeah, it would have probably it would have taken longer than what we think he was in the house or whatever.
Right. And, and that could have, if they were both out of the room, would have both of them been out of the room, that scuffle might have taken place in the living room, which would have brought Dylan into it, and she might have been a casualty also.
Right. Yeah.
But
I don't know. It's going to be very interesting when this goes to trial and we get to hear all the evidence.
let's hope we get to.
Yeah, if everybody is good and behaves the way they need to behave, so we'll get the. It's like we're little kids and we're wanting ice cream, but everybody has to be good in order for all of us to get ice cream.
Yeah, but there's always one person
That's gonna mess it up for everybody else.
Yeah, those guys in the Army used to get blanket parties.
It's just it's ridiculous that everybody is. We're all adults. We can adult for like the next 4 months, so we can get the cameras in the courtroom. I mean,
Which ex-boyfriend, Jack or Jake? Jake wasn't an ex-boyfriend. Jack was the ex-boyfriend to Kaylee. Jake was Maddie's boyfriend.
yeah, and I think Kaylee and Jack D had broken up like a couple of weeks before that, I believe.
Yeah.
I don't think it was. I don't think they had been broken up for like a really long time.
No, it was probably when she went back home to work from home and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and he was still there.
Probably.
I don't know the timeline on all that. That may come out also, depending on how the defense wants to point fingers at people.
All right, I got to get out of here. It's
Me
already
too.
4
I got
o'clock.
to eat something.
Yeah, I need to go eat something too.
Okay, well.
It's already like 10 after 4 here.
Yeah.
So, but thank you for coming up, hanging
Oh,
out.
no problem. No problem. Thanks for having me up. And
Oh, you're
thanks,
welcome. It's going to be very interesting when this goes to trial.
Yeah.
And hopefully we'll get to see Tuesday stuff.
Yeah, that would be good.
We may have to wait like we did last time because Court TV will have their camera in there, and then I'm sure they will. And everything's supposed to be happening at 1:30 that afternoon. And so I'm pretty sure after it's all said and done in court, then they're going to play it on their channel first and then distribute it out to everyone. So
Yeah.
maybe by the time I go live Tuesday night, it'll be out and I can play it.
Wouldn't it be nice to have access to the
Zoom call?
To the prosecutor and just call them and say, "Hey, you know what? This is what's being said. What is it?" Oh no, that's not correct. It's this. Thank you.
Okay, have a good night. I can't wait. I need to do a countdown to October the 2nd. I still haven't done one.
Keep that countdown up in one of these corners in your
I'm gonna have to figure out how to do that. I may just have to do it on a background and just change the number every day.
Yeah, maybe.
Which would be super easy to do.
I mean, because if you could put a running clock up there, that'd be funny.
Oh God, I'd have to figure out how to do that. I don't think I can do that with StreamYard. I would have to switch to like Streamlabs or something like that. I'll
One
have to figure it
corner.
out though.
You can put
Liza,
one
have a good night,
corner.
honey. Yeah, put one corner for the countdown to the trial.
Yeah. And then one corner for the countdown to when he has to announce whether he's going for the death penalty.
Right, because I mean he has until July the 22nd for that. I think it's the 60th day. So about less than a month.
Yeah. All right. Well, everybody have a good evening, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay, have a good night.
All right. You too. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
Okay, yeah, I'm about to get out of here as well. So I can go to bed. I gotta go find something to eat first, and I gotta get to bed. Brad, have a good night. So thank you all so much for coming and hanging out. I hope you all have a wonderful morning. I love you all. I will be back tomorrow night. If nothing, I doubt anything else is going to come up on Bryan. I am going to finish going through the court documents that I didn't get to go through today. If anything is of importance, I will go over them tomorrow night. If not, I may go over the Chad Dorman case and talk about it some tomorrow night. So I'll just have to see between now and then. Callie, Dime, have a wonderful night. So I love y'all. I hope y'all have a good morning, and I will talk to y'all tomorrow.